as you were.
Sounds
Go ahead.
sounds like the creatures we encountered. Is that what they were?
Fucking bartender at the blue. Shit, I forgot the name of the blue waterfall. Fuck. God damn it. You're as old as me. You'll know that any injury is life threatening.
Well, now, how old are you?
How do you reckon time as a tiefling?
Well, you're not tiefling, so I mean, like, how old are you in your years?
I think I was 5 after the devil came.
And what year is it?
I think it's 620. Looks towards one of his sons. 624.
What was that, like 79 years? I bet 81.
Yep, 81.
So, you are human then?
Not everybody lies like a tiefling.
I
He's
mean,
not standing on his leg, and he's still.
alright, well, alright. I'll tell you what. I want to apologize.
Hey, what up, Key? My headphones are off right now, and I'm moving away from my computer, but hello.
Hello, no problem. Just let me know when everyone's ready.
Alright, got my headset on. How you doing tonight, Key?
I'm doing good, just like chilling on YouTube.
What's your chilling on YouTube of choice?
R slash, which is just like a Reddit YouTube at the moment.
I don't think I've ever gone on a Reddit of YouTube. Reddit and YouTube are definitely like competing rabbit holes to me.
They are, but like, at least like the one I use is actually narrated by a real person who does its own voice impressions, so it's a lot more entertaining than like robot voices.
Damn, that sounds like a lot like somebody I just started watching. Fuck, it's an Australian guy, and he reviews shit. It's his name reviews, and it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's not this guy. Mine's American. I think he's actually from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I actually found a girl who builds kayaks, or I guess it's more her family probably has done like a lot of woodworking stuff, but I've seen her build now like a kayak and a canoe, and she's like right from Northeast Ohio. I think she's just a little south of Cleveland. So I was like, oh, that's fucking amazing. That would be awesome to actually get to see one of those boats in person.
Ooh, I wish I knew where it was. I would totally. I would have. If I could afford it, I'd go buy one.
I can only imagine how much an actually like handmade wooden kayak comes out to. I love kayaking. I took my boat out on Lake Erie a few times, but I just have like a little 14-foot touring boat, and the waves on Lake Erie. There's no reason a kayak should be out on that lake. It's way too terrible of a lake experience.
If you get the day just right, it's a perfect experience.
Yeah, I think in all the years, like we used to own, I think like a 32-foot, it was a Grady White was the actual kind, but it was just enough that like the wavelength, you would just beat the shit out of your back. I think of all the times we ever went out to Lake Erie, which was pretty regularly, it wasn't like every weekend, but probably like 5 times a year type of thing. I think one time I went out on Lake Erie, it was like glass, and it was the most amazing time out there ever.
I never owned a boat. I always owned like sea-doos and jet skis. So like the choppiness was always a blast.
That would definitely make a really big difference, because we were just big enough that any actual speed, aside from basically going like wake free, was enough that you're hitting right into the actual chop and just getting broadsided. And then one of the things we came to the conclusion of is, unless you're out there every single weekend, there's no reason not to rent a boat than to like absorb all of the damage of upkeep and everything. Should have just rented instead of owned that thing.
Yeah, like for me, where I am, like I'm looking at the lake right now from like my window. So I can see where like if you're up at the lake maybe like so many times a year versus where I am where I could be on it all day. Definitely rent more than own.
Oh yeah, we were, I think Medina's like an hour and 15 minutes south of it's one of the big Lake Erie ones in Cleveland. East Side Park or something. It's a big park, very popular place to put in, but that's where we always went to. So I think it was like an hour and 15-minute drive, like right up basically to the stadiums kind of thing. So it was definitely more like you chose a day and then went out there, and it was probably a little bit before like the internet was good enough that you could probably check the chop on Lake Erie before heading out. So we never really had the advantage of like looking at it or knowing before choosing to go.
Yeah, like I just look and be like, yeah, today's a rough day. But if you got the right equipment, it's a perfect day.
I've never even been on a jet ski, so I bet you Lake Erie is absolutely stunning as a jet ski owner.
It is if you have the thighs to hold your balance.
Right, I could see that. I've got pretty beefy legs. I've been a biker my whole life. And kayaking definitely uses a lot of leg strength to like kind of balance you, because everything's like from your arms through your abs and into your legs to kind of like give you the force to go. So I wouldn't be surprised if I were strong enough, but like I've never ridden a horse. I had the chance to ride a horse and I was definitely afraid. I was like, nope, I'm gonna pass on something that's twice my size and being that high up off the ground. So I don't know that I could actually do it for extended periods of time, but I like to imagine my strong legs are enough that I at least have a chance.
Okay, so like the way you like sit on a jet ski is either like you're on your knees or you're standing up. There's like no in between. So like,
Oh wait, are you talking about you've got like trick jet skis, like racers?
I think so.
Like there's no seat, like the ones you have, I feel like that's what it describes to me, that you're on your knees or standing. Sounds a lot like what I would call a racing jet ski.
No, there's definitely a seat. It's just like the way it's like laid out is that like you can't really sit properly. Or if you do, it's like your knees are like up to your waist.
I
Like you're
got you.
definitely using your thighs to like keep your balance. Your thighs will get torn up.
Yeah, that's definitely something I've experienced, like riding motorcycles, where your legs have to do a lot of the activity, like for a long, long ride. You can't just let the suspension do everything. I feel like it would probably fit a kind of along that line where your legs are the shocks against the water. Otherwise, you're just getting your back beat up.
Oh yeah, especially if someone with you who's just like going crazy and purposely trying to tip it, and you're just like maintaining the counterbalance.
Jet skis have been nothing but a torture to my life because they've always been an annoyance. I've never been the person on the jet ski to enjoy.
I mean, if you ever come back up here any given day, I'll take you out.
It's an awesome offer. I appreciate that. It's kind of weird though, like when I do finally get home, there's almost never any time to do anything fun. It's almost always like hanging out with friends, trying to get back up with friends, trying to hang out with my parents. It's very weird going home.
It's always weird. But I'm also like almost 2 hours away from Medina, closer to Sandusky.
Well, see, that's kind of the advantage is because on some level, if I were to ever actually meet you, Cedar Point is right there. And I always think about visiting Cedar Point again. When I tell people about visiting Ohio, I generally point out that there are 2 things worth visiting in Ohio. 3 if you like sports. But the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Cedar Point.
Here's the thing, Ohio's made up of like 2 locations that are actually worth it. It's anywhere in the north and anywhere in like southern Ohio around Cincinnati, and that's it. The middle, no one cares about. Unless you count OSU, and that's like its own little thing.
Yeah, my oldest brother worked for Honda right outside of the loop around Columbus. I can't remember what it's called, like 271 or something. And going down, I was like a senior in college when I went down there one time. And it was on a Saturday and everybody was in silver and crimson. And I'm like, holy shit, I need to change my major and experience this college because I've never known about an Akron football game coming up. And the whole town was dressed for this football game. I'm like, this is what I want out of a school.
Oh god, I can only imagine what the Ohio-Michigan games were in Ohio State.
Yeah, my older, one of my brothers had a lot of good friends from, I think it's MSU is not Michigan, but it was one of those things where it's like, we've known so many Michigan people, I never really understood the football rivalry of it.
Toledo. It's because of Toledo. That is where it stems from.
Why do you say Toledo specifically?
So, like, back in like the 1800s, Michigan and Ohio went to war for Toledo because it's a major port city. But Ohio won that war, and so like the rivalry between the two always continued, and it just moved on to football.
I gotcha.
But we lost because we got Toledo.
Yeah, I was like imagining Toledo, and I'm like, I'm not sure what you could like about Toledo. It's a pretty shitty place.
I mean, now it is. Back then, it was like the place to have.
Yeah, we grew up like right next to the canal, and it's funny to think about like how important that like water travel was and for how long, and that Ohio like exists as like a major like hub in the nation because of that canal.
It's weird to imagine Ohio is important for anything. Because, like, Cleveland, all of northern Ohio is big industrial. And yeah, it was like the only lake that's been industrialized.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of steel came from Pittsburgh through Youngstown and probably shipped out of like Cleveland and Toledo basically onto the Great Lakes.
And a lot of things were shipped into those places. Hell, my neighbor's house was a smuggling port during the Prohibition.
It's got like underground like shit like to the lake basically. So you can like park your boat inside of there and unload all the liquor.
It used to before the lake dried up in that area. But like this stuff in the basement still exists, like the hidden walls and the cranks.
It definitely has that perfect ground for like digging under your house and basically building shady shit.
There's even another house like a block from me that was used for the Underground Railroad. And where my sister's house is, right behind their shed, is a road that led to Cedar Point that just got washed over.
Our old church was part of the Underground Railroad too. What happened to their shed though? Like, was there big flooding or?
No, it's just like the road went through the lake. So I think it's just like the lake portion just got washed over after so long.
I gotcha. Sandusky definitely has that weird like feel of like it's one of those places where if you dump enough dirt, you can create more land because it's so like shallow in the lake.
I swear that's what Cedar Point does every time they like add a new ride. I'm like, where do you have the land for this?
I always heard that was a big issue that they had with I want to say the Mean Streak, but that's the wrong one. It was like the old school red one that's like in the back by the water park. It's still like my favorite ride there.
I know the Mavericks in Frontier Town, but that's newer. I'm not
I
sure
think-
that's what you're talking about.
I think the Maverick was being built when I moved away. I think it was like the summer that I moved away was when they built the Maverick. But it's one of the older ones. It was the first one that went over 200 feet, maybe. Like, it's like mid
Millennium.
80 Millennium?
Yeah,
No,
Millennium.
no. Millennium Force is like 400, I think.
Magnum. It's the Magnum.
Magnum. Yep, there we go. That's the one. It's like a relic of the actual like roller coaster wars. I was just watching like a documentary on the roller coaster wars.
I can't believe how like many videos pop up on my YouTube feed for Cedar Point. I'm just like, I live there. I know a lot of this. But the one that surprised me is how long Magnum held the record for being over 200 feet.
Evening all.
Oh yeah, my bad, Seamus. I heard you say hello there. I was like stepping away.
Romulus is coming back.
Yeah, Ben hit me up like two or 3 days ago, seeing if there was a game.
Hi, everyone.
What about?
Hey, hey.
What's going on, guys? I'm here. I'm just eating, so I'm kind of quiet.
Jared, you don't stream the sessions, by the way, do you?
Sorry, I feel like I just heard my name, but I had my headset off, so it was like a distant.
Yeah, I was just asking. Do you don't stream these sessions, do you?
I put them out there. They are streamed to Twitch. I only ever have one viewer, which is me, who's watching the chat for anybody to actually interact with it. And then I post everything to YouTube for people who miss, so you can actually like basically watch to catch up.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Can you send me a link for that at some point? I'd love to see some of these in replay afterwards.
There are links inside of the pins, but if you remind me after the actual session, I can definitely send you the link itself.
Awesome.
Maybe I'll start watching the Sunday stream since my Sunday's game got canceled.
Are you still running your session? Is that what you were doing on Sundays?
Yeah, but then things happen and life happens, so we just more or less canceled.
But that was like a live game with your friends, right?
Definitely, yeah.
I think that's the big weird difference of playing online and just enjoying being with who can make it versus playing in person and like the erratic nature of trying to actually get a game to happen.
I think
That was the good part about having a group from work. We just went right from work to the game and started drinking.
I think what's gonna happen is me and my friend are gonna. There's a gaming store in town that actually rents tables out for like tabletop. So we're planning on talking to them and probably gonna do a one shot just to see what's gonna happen.
Do they run Adventure League? I don't know why that sounds wrong. I think a year and a half of not.
I'm not sure.
There's definitely a weird blend of renting a table versus actually just like everybody actually buy something from the shop when you're there.
Every time we go there, we make sure to buy something because it's just like it's like the true definition of a local shop.
There we go. What up, Ben?
Hey, just got out of the traffic, so
I got you. I was kind of figuring that it was going to be an interesting one for you because it's 5 o'clock for you, right?
yeah, it fits usually, but we daughter wanted to go to Bahama Bucks, and the line was literally like around the corner from in the drive-through, like it was on the street.
What's up, buddy? Welcome back.
Hey man, how you doing?
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Hey, good to meet you. Yeah.
So yeah, just out of character, obviously Doc Sarkis is Justin, Kavi is Key, and then Romulus is Ben. You all know each other. And then Flea is Al, and Vox is Seamus. And then the guy who can't make it today, Ben, is... Fuck, I don't know that offhand. I think he just goes by Nano. But those are initial introductions. We'll all get to know each other a little bit more thoroughly as things go on. But hopefully this will actually iron out a very solid group of 6 to move forward with the Curse of Strahd.
Hey, Jared, quick question. I've been meaning to ask you this for weeks now. So, do you know if there's a setting on Discord that allows me to tweak the background music so that I can hear everyone's voice a bit better?
Oh, I changed the name of Meeseeks to right-click for volume, because if you right-click Meeseeks, you can change its volume. I 100% suggest for Curse of Strahd to allow me some ability to fuck with your head, and the best way to do that, I would say, is to turn it down so you can just barely hear it, but that it's more like subconsciously that you hear it.
Okay, cool. How do we do that? Is it on Discord?
Yep, on Discord, it's actually the character who's right above you. Their name is right click for volume. And then there's just a user volume setting. And sometimes it kind of varies based on songs, but generally I think once you set it, you're probably pretty good.
It was volume this whole time?
I thought
Yeah,
I was a fucking genius when I switched its name to that.
I must have muted it at some point in time. I've had it muted this whole entire campaign.
That's
is the
hilarious.
first time I turned it on.
Oh wow! I've been struggling to hit everybody like every week, and then keep forgetting to ask because we're already well into the roleplay thing. Too, I didn't want to break immersion.
Oh, that's really disappointing. Yeah, definitely ask questions. Please never hesitate to ask. When something seems off, there's hopefully and probably a very simple solution to it. But Sarkis, also, the haunted house would have been so much more fun because I had so much evil chanting and stuff going on, and I was controlling it with different functions to actually, like, as you guys moved around the house and got closer to the basement, the chanting got louder. So I had a lot of things that were like that ambiance of the setting that 100% would have gone on deaf ears.
It was so creepy.
Yeah, I can't believe I missed that. I did not realize. But I have it on now.
Some of them were really, really intense as well. I remember like thunderstorms and all sorts on some weeks, and I'm like, I think he said go ahead to attack, but I'm just gonna see it.
Yeah, I can only imagine because I think I keep it at like 20 to like 40% volume on different days. So some of those tracks probably would have been pretty horrendously loud.
This is so much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I spent like the first 3 weeks trying to remind people that part of this this campaign is all about actually like fucking with your head. So a lot of it was built on the sound, and then I think I probably stopped once they got out of the house, and that's probably a week before you guys joined.
Right.
But the solution is there. Moving forward, it should be much easier to hear. And if you go and listen to things on YouTube, you should be able to. Well, actually, I had an issue with Sarkis last week where his voice wasn't picking up. So I think I fixed that filter on OBS so it actually is better at recognizing when somebody's speaking and picks it up.
Okay, if your OBS is racist halflings, I understand.
Oh, you're one of those halflings.
Yeah, one of those, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as far as recap for inspiration goes, we're going to be doing a reset because it would have been on Ben to do this week, and he will not be showing up. So I think it's open to whoever would like to at this point. Sarkis, Kavi, Vox, Flea, would anybody like to do, or rather, first off, does anybody need inspiration? And then would somebody like to do the recap for us?
So I think I did the recap last time, but I don't remember getting inspiration for it.
Oh yeah, you definitely get inspiration for doing the recap. So if you did it last week, definitely put down because I have you listed for doing.
Okay.
I did the recap last week, I thought.
I mean, sorry, yeah, the week before.
Yeah, I'm not always good about actually saying it. So yeah, I did have Flea for last week, but regardless, you can still take inspiration there. One of the things that I've been wondering about is I don't feel like people use it very often. So I've been trying to think of another function because I know I'm bad at giving out inspiration. I tried to do that, but it doesn't have people actually utilizing that. So yeah, if you want to does everybody essentially have it right now? Flea, Kavi, Sarkis? Are you all inspired?
I mean, I've still I never took it off from when you gave me inspiration for sacrificing the journal.
Yep, you gotta use it. Sarkis, Lee?
I used mine a long time ago, so I don't have inspiration, and I can do the recap if nobody else wants to, or if nobody minds.
I had you on it from a month ago, so I would say that's perfect for you to go.
Do again?
Okay, so after
One second, Sarkis. You were breaking up a little bit there, Vox, but I think I heard you ask what inspiration does. The truest way to use it is you, in all but the name advantage, you give yourself advantage on a d20 roll. If you're a rogue, you can't get sneak attack simply by giving it to yourself. But it is essentially letting yourself roll a second d20 and then taking the highest. As far as I play it, I'm usually pretty open to the idea that you fail a roll and you can use it. But that's definitely more a thing like asking, can I use it type of thing, versus I'm not just going to let somebody get, like, I don't know, the most important roll of the game automatically. You can choose it ahead of time if you know it's an important roll.
Oh, okay, cool. So, like, because you know how you got it set up for us, we're rolling 2 die anyway. If obviously, like, let's say the second one critted, and but I mean, you want me to ask beforehand in most situations. That's like kind of big.
Yeah, that's like if you choose to use your inspiration, that second die will be a part of the roll, and then you roll it. If you roll and miss and know that you need to hit, I am open to you using the die a lot like Lucky, where you basically roll another d20 and have a chance like that. But you will never be able to essentially roll normal and then choose to take that crit that's there. That's never an option.
Okay, cool.
And then with that, Sarkis.
Okay, so after battling the undead knight thingy Merdui that jumped out the window at Flea at Castle Argenvolstholt, the adventurers quickly jumped back on the road, and Muriel started to lead them towards Martikov vineyard, so that we could basically meet whoever was kind of looking out for us. And then all of a sudden, Muriel turned into a raven as we saw something in the road. And as we got closer, realized it was a scarecrow. And then quickly there was a second scarecrow, and we started to battle them. And then the trees around us started rustling, and basically the woods started coming to life. And we were attacked by all sorts of strange briar woodland creatures. Basically everybody got like caught up by like some weird vines coming from the ground. Fox was sort of like cocooned by them. One after another, we kind of got free. Sarkis was able to avoid them with his small stature, and we basically one after another felled the creatures, but took our turns ourselves getting felled until finally the giant bush was killed just in time as Vox regained his composure, and we were able to sneak off onto the path again and continue on the journey. And then when we got to the Martikov vineyard, we met Davian, who was sort of like a strange, like hooded, quote unquote human, air quotes, and he had like all kinds of strange like trinkets all over his clothing. And as we sort of talked to him and got to know him, he told us that the druids were attacking the vineyard regularly, and if we would agree to help him, that he would provide us with like some safe shelter. And there was also like a little comedy as he reached out and tried to touch it was Ben's tail, and Ben was in disguise as a tiefling, so he quickly fell to the ground and maybe over-exaggerated his injury slightly, but we were able to Sarkis give him his walking stick and pretended to heal him, and he essentially, with the little comedy relief, offered us a night's rest if we agreed to help him against the druids.
Does anyone have anything to add? So, with that, we will be picking up in that little hide where the Martikovs are. There's the group of, should have this in my notes, but I believe it is 6 of the Martikovs. There's Davian, his 2 sons, both of them who one looks older and one looks younger than the barkeep from the Blue Water Inn, but otherwise you can see that family resemblance. And then there is another adult male, his wife, who seems to have a little bit of the bone structure of the Martikovs, but you can tell she's the actual Martikov of that group. And I think they're 2 children. So that's kind of the party who's hiding in the woods here. And I believe you all were going to take a long rest. And if that is the plan, I would say everybody take a long rest here, and we will actually introduce Romulus waking up inside of this little party. As everybody kind of comes to, you will have a 6th member of the party seemingly having arrived in the night. And again, Ben, we kind of talked about it for you. Essentially, you remember battling that orc. It seems to have gone into this mist, and a long period of time kind of passed where you seem to be in this perpetual battle, and kind of time growing a little bit fuzzy. Shortly after, you start to kind of wander through the mist, and it seems to be just you in this perpetual just encumbering mist around you, until at some point you start to see a little clearing ahead, and inside of this little pine forest you start to see a small group of people. There are a few hunched figures wearing very similar capes and cloaks over their head. They seem to be a little bit bundled closer, and just off from them, a small little fire that's being kept in a way that it's really not producing smoke, not producing much light, but it has a lot of rocks and kind of mass around it to create a little bit of warmth from that point. And near that, you will see a group of 5 people. One seems to be a big metallic figure who is kind of sitting motionless, almost staring off past the fire. And they sit probably about 4 feet tall, but you can tell they're about 6 or so feet tall themselves. And then we will go down the list as Sarkis. Can you describe what you look like, essentially, as you were kind of coming to?
So Sarkis is a older halfling gentleman with a bushy mustache. He has long braids and locks in his hair, sort of salt and peppery. He has a sort of ornate-looking walking stick, and then he has some pretty well decorative leather bits. Not necessarily armor, but bracelets and all kinds of cool stuff.
And then Flea, can you describe yourself? Maybe Al stepped away. Perhaps we can move to Kavi. Oh, I saw you.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot the button. He's about 5 feet tall. He's covered in heavy black fur, and when you look at the level of keptness of his coat, you kind of wonder if Flea really has fleas. His fur is black in color.
And then Kavi, what do you look like?
Probably about your average height woman, except she has a tail, blue skin, and white eyes. There's nothing that stands off other than that in terms of like luxuries, other than she has a flute with her that is very much visible.
I think there's something else that's pretty quickly visible. Do you have any horns?
She may or may not have ram's horns on top of her head.
And then for Vox, if you could describe yourself for Romulus.
Yeah, so Vox is about mid-30s, a 6 foot tall guy, weighing probably about 200 pounds, pretty good shape. Has like a long cloak covering his head, which has long dark hair, kind of rugged beard. The cloak kind of covers, but it's still visible the armor he wears underneath. And what sticks out really, obviously on the side, is his big greatsword.
So about this time, you're going to see, as you see like this party, Romulus, you're going to see a little man kind of walking towards you, hunched over almost as far as he is tall. He's got like a dark gray cloak about him with a lot of different trinkets kind of pierced through the fabric and just kind of hanging from it. And he has a tall staff that's about a foot taller than him, almost 5 feet tall on the staff, and then a shorter staff, which I think is like 3.5 feet tall, Sarkis. And he's just kind of like limping over, keeping a lot of the weight off of one of his legs as he pokes your abs. And can you describe what you look like?
Yeah, the quintessential Spartan warrior. He's got the first thing you see, obviously, is the abs on top of the abs. But he's got tan skin. He carries a large shield, kind of leaning on a spear at the moment as he's walking. He's got a bronze helmet and some shin guards, but that's about it as far as the accoutrements on him. He's got a little bit of a satchel slung over his shoulder, but outside of that, he's not really carrying anything ornate.
So he kind of looks you over as he's poking you. He's like, "Where'd that blasted tiefling go? Ah, you're not... There were 1, 2, 3... There were less of you yesterday. What happened? Where are you from? Where's the tiefling? Where are these other two? What is going on?"
You have many questions that I have, friend.
So you're not the tiefling?
Not that I know.
Good answer. Tieflings are lying scum. Nobody should trust them. And he looks over at Kavi. He's like, "Is your tail real?"
You're not allowed to touch.
He's gonna limp over and try to touch it.
She promptly moves her tail away.
He's gonna try to poke it with the staff. I need you to make a dexterity save. Beat a 14. Oh, okay. A little more trustworthy. You're good in my book. It's that other blasted tiefling. I don't think you should trust your kind. So, the druids. Are you ready? Is everybody... Are you rested? Can you save my winery? Please!
Of course, we will help you as agreed, but who is this character here? Where did you come from?
That's not your tiefling? He says he's not, but I still don't trust him. Doesn't look like a
Indeed,
tiefling.
I am not their tiefling. Nor am I anyone's tiefling.
Where are you from?
A land that seems much like this, but perhaps not. I don't know. I was wandering. I was in a battle, and then I found myself in a fog, and
Oh, yes,
I've been
a far
walking through
traveler.
this. Perhaps. I've been wandering through the fog for a few days.
Ah, yes, another victim
Or
of...
years, I'm not sure.
Many who are not native to this place have been brought in this way. You are a toy of the devil. You will be played with, and likely die.
Ah, well, perhaps I am already dead.
Yes, perhaps indeed. Perhaps we all are.
You hear him mumble a little bit as he kind of like moves away.
How's your leg feeling today?
It still hurts. I can put a little bit of weight on it. And he like puts some weight on it. You see him like wince a little bit, and he like starts to fall, but he like does like 5 quick little taps with the 2 different staves, and he's able to like balance himself again.
Has he still got your staff, Sarkis?
Ah, yes, he can use it as long as he needs.
You won't need it for this forthcoming adventure?
Perhaps once the druids arrive, but I get along okay without it if I need to.
Oh, I'm not gonna fight with you, so if you need this, I can rest here. I don't have to walk. You have to walk.
Not gonna fight? Who's gonna defend this place if we didn't show up then?
Oh, not us. We left it.
Oh dear.
We can't fight the druids.
Why not?
It's me and my family. I'm old. I've got 2 sons who are even remotely able to do anything. And blasted stepson over there. He's damn near useless.
What about your sons? They sound like they're quite strong and strapping. They might be able to help us.
2 verse... Well, there's many more of them. They're not going to serve much use.
Perhaps I better take my walking stick back then.
Sounds like a good idea.
What of this metal one? Perhaps it could fight for us. Metal thing, on! Metal thing, activate!
It seems to just be kind of staring ahead. Not really functioning, but it doesn't seem to be off or anything. Its eyes are just like blankly staring past you almost.
Is this Ben, right?
Yep, that would be Ben.
Ben? Ben, you still with us?
Perhaps he has a switch,
I should
a
be
toggle.
I should be better about asking people to use their characters when they miss.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw one of these things before. The switch is probably located somewhere down the lower torso. Maybe check around there.
Don't reach too low.
I found something!
Now yank on it hard.
I've pulled it up! Is it doing anything now?
Vox will start chuckling.
You have to flip it on and off real fast. Still
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah, I think you nearly got it.
Should I keep going?
Yeah, I think he's he looks like he's out for the count. Seems to do this, I think, from time to time. Doesn't look like we're gonna get much help out of him. At least not yet, anyway.
Hey, you've seen one of those before? I've never seen anything like that.
Oh yeah, the army used to employ all kinds of interesting individuals. pretty sure I would have come across something that looking like such. Or at least I think anyway. I don't know. It could have been drunk. Who knows?
On first glance, I just thought it was a really, really thorough suit of armor.
Ooh, did you say armor? Do you think I could take it?
Key, you would have basically just finished a long rest, so if you were missing any hit points, you have them back now. And I think you and Sarkis had exhaustions that you would have one level lower.
Yeah, it already set me down to level 1.
Yeah, I should be good now. I think I only had one level of exhaustion because it's only after you go up the second time, right?
Yep, that sounds right.
So apologies, friend. I'm Vox Landgrave. Pleased to make your acquaintance. What was your name?
Hail, friend. I am Romulus
Romulus.
of
Hi.
the 13th Legion.
13th Legion. You sound like a man who knows his way around a weapon.
Oh, just one, but yes.
You can let
I
go
am
of the
no
robot's on button now.
Okay, sure. More like a switch.
Yeah, definitely. We'll call it a switch.
Where did you hail from, Romulus?
Scythia, the land of enchantment.
Sounds exciting.
Indeed
Sarkis.
it was.
Oh, my bad. Sarkis will come, like, kind of limping up, like, with his stick, walk up to you, and, I'm only about 3 feet tall, so look up at you. Ah, yes. You look like quite the combatant.
Perhaps. Although I feel that my entry into this realm means that I wasn't quite good enough.
Perhaps. I'm pretty sure we're dead, so. I am Sarkis, Shadowstorm. Pleasure to meet you.
Same.
You're not quite dead. The far travelers. You come through the mist. You're trapped here, but not dead. Death still happens here. Death still happens here.
Giant apple?
I didn't hear either of you, Sarkis or Vox.
Sorry, go ahead, Sarkis.
I sort of just figured this was like a perpetual state of somewhere in between. I've died
Yes.
at least once since I got here.
Is this not the warrior's paradise?
Nice you say?
This is not a paradise. More like a torture for all time. And if you die, you can be born again to die again. And again. And again.
Well, a mind is its own place.
Here.
So, when he put Kavi's tail, he's on the ground in fetal position, rocking and mumbling to herself, protecting her, saying, "Please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, I'm sorry, please don't hurt me." And trembling.
I'm very sorry, tiefling lady. I was just testing. The other one. Please don't be offended. I mean you no harm. We're very friendly folk.
You heard our Cavi. What's wrong with you, man?
No words are being registered.
We serve all of the people of this land. We make the wines for everyone. We We mean no harm. We mean to only make this world a brighter place.
That and poking other party members' tails by the look of
Yes, simply because you do not mean harm does not mean you don't impose it.
I've never seen anybody with a tail, and two people with a tail show up at the same time? Never trust somebody with a tail.
I feel some form of compensation is in order. Poor Kathy.
I know some druids you can fight. I can compensate you with enemies.
Sure,
That sounds a fair trade.
Sarkis will walk over to Kavi and reach his hand out and put it on her shoulder. You're fine, hon. Everything is fine. Kavi, are you all right? Can you hear my voice? He'll bend down to get a little closer, and when he does, you'll hear a little. Oh, that's embarrassing.
Smells like caramel.
There's that smell again.
So as she's touched, she just tucks her head more, protecting her horns. In a sense, like, I'm sorry, Master. I promise I'll do better. Don't hurt me.
Kavi's really not looking alright, guys.
Yes, perhaps this is something more deep-rooted.
No one's going to hurt you, dear. Well, not here at least. Maybe the druids.
Or the devil. The devil would definitely hurt you.
Avians, you're not helping.
I think this one's probably safe from the devil. He seemed to take a particular liking to her.
That's never a good thing. He keeps some trophies closer than others.
Oh, that reminds me. How's Sophia doing?
Oh yeah, my bad. I definitely forgot to describe her as well as Muriel. So two other individuals would be in this group. A short little human, seems to be about like 12 or 13-ish, like a young teen. Fire red hair, dressed all in like black leathers and like a black cloak. As well as another human who seems to have just extremely jet black, like long flowing hair, as well as big bushy black eyebrows. And she has like almost like a feather-like clothing about her person that again are all like a jet black. I'm fine. I slept close to the fire. It was one of the better night's sleep that we've had since getting out of that house. It surely wasn't as nice as we had in Valakai, but it's better than where we walked yesterday. That swamp was horrendous. But I didn't dream of anybody. Nobody came into... And that's when she'll probably notice Romulus, and she's like, well, nobody who disappeared upon being noticed came into the clearing last night. I'm good. And she's gonna pull out her bottle and take a little swig. You'll see like a little red demon on it with like a gold background. It's about like half full at this point.
How'd it go?
Created a monster.
What was that, Tarkus? I didn't really hear you.
Oh, nothing. I just having second thoughts about encouraging your drinking habits, that's all.
Try and take my bottle?
No interest.
Anyways, if we save the winery, I won't have to worry about my fireball disappearing.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, how far are we from the winery?
Oh, well, we can just see it over the rise to the west, here. If you head through and take the road, you'll gain the first vantage of it, but you'll also be quite clearly in view if anybody is watching for any others to come. If you like to try to sneak a little bit closer, you can go through the vineyard itself in between the wine, and most of you will be a little bit shorter than the vines themselves. Most will give you cover.
How many of us are actually proficient at stealth, or even have a modicum of dexterity?
I'm pretty damn sneaky, not just because of my size, but light-footed as well.
I have always been trained to take the high ground.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
Your tiefling that's currently more or less having a flashback.
Davian, I don't suppose you could tell us any insights about these druids, such as maybe how many there were, or their weaknesses, anything useful?
I find most humans are weakest when you make them bleed. So that's a good weakness. If you can stab them, if you can punch them, they bleed inside. You can't see it as much, but the bleeding is still there. You can also take like a hammer and maybe crush their skull. Those are all weaknesses.
Duly noted. Blunt force trauma and //stab. Got it.
Yes, all good things. If you can remove their head, that is a very effective way. Me personally, I don't think I have the strength to do that anymore. And then, of course, there is also the fact that they use trees and vines, so, like little cutters, snippers, try not to burn down the place because it is our livelihood. And we do help everybody in Barovia, but fire can be quite effective as well for the things made of wood.
Vox, do you need something sharp to free yourself in case you get trapped by the vines again?
That's a very good question. To be honest, I have plenty of sharp things on me, but whether I'm able to utilize them in the moment is another thing.
I have a feeling that you'll do better this time.
We can only hope. But hey, if anyone has fire, I'm sure that in their arsenal kit, I'm sure that'll come in handy.
Again, please try not to also burn down the vineyard.
Burn down the vineyard. Okay, got it.
But, like, don't.
Right.
So, shall we try to do like one sneaky group and one less sneaky group, or?
How far would the divide be if we split the groups, though? I mean, I don't want us to get too separated.
Perhaps we need to do some reconnaissance.
That could be a good idea.
Probably not a bad idea. We could at least get an idea of their numbers. Or if part of us aren't sneaking anyway, maybe the less sneaky ones could get sighted and the rest of us could sort of, approach them from the side.
I can do reconnaissance if you want. I have some stealth.
Great. So we have at least two sneaky people, two people who can take headlong. I'm a bit worried about Kavi though. Kavi, are you okay?
So as the conversation continues, you notice her breathing became a bit more even as she's starting to calm down. But if you also look over her shoulder on her back, you'll also see like a burn on her in the shape of like a family crest. And if anyone knows what a slave is, it's a symbol that she used to be a slave and formerly owned.
Would we notice this mark on your back?
Probably because it's like right above her shoulder, which is exposed, but it's always been like covered by her hair. So with her hair, so with her head being ducked, it's probably visible.
Okay, and so what is it? Are you kind of like half touching it right now, or is it drawing attention to it, or something?
Like, is it your left shoulder? Did you say the shoulder? My bad.
It's like on her like shoulder, on her like on like her shoulder blade. So because she's in a fetal position with her head tucked in, like her shoulders are exposed, thus making the mark visible.
That's an interesting tattoo you got there, Kavi.
Where is your master, slave?
Dead.
Did you kill him?
No, fire.
Right.
Do you not like fire, Kavi, or maybe actually like it?
Fire freed Kavi. Freed me.
Fire, good, right?
Yes. Good.
Awesome. Can you make fire? I feel like a caveman asking that.
It's more or less talking to a child.
Okay, cool.
I don't think it was me poking her, but she definitely seems to have some trauma. Yeah, I think she may be hurt. She'll fit in well here.
Speaking of hurt, I've had strange stomach pains these last couple of days. Is anyone else feeling weird?
I had strange voices in my head. Well, a cacophony of voices when I tried to pray the other day. Um, but other than that, nothing other out of the ordinary.
Perhaps it's just bad rations. I feel like there's something inside me trying to escape.
Perhaps it is a parasite.
Perhaps indeed. I hope not, for my own sake, but we'll see. I'm sure it will pass.
Have you had a chance to relieve yourself this morning?
Yes, no, nothing too strange there. I mean, it's not like when I was young, but it's coming in and going out just fine, if you know what I mean. Yeah, no worries. I figured I would ask.
Kavi, do you think you're gonna be all right on this little adventure taking on the druids. Want you to get hurt or freeze up in heated battle. I'll make sure you're okay.
So Abby's in like sort of a daze as she just staring at the fire. As you mentioned, she can do fire spells. So she unconsciously casts Thaumaturgy, and all she's doing is just changing the color of the flames. But she does give a nod.
Okay, cool. I think she'll be alright, guys.
Kavi, are you doing that to the fire? That's a strange trick. Well, should Flea and I try to scout ahead and see if we can get an eye on these things and at least see how many there are? Stay close, though. We don't know what to expect, so. And I think with that, maybe me and Flea will just, like, creep up a little bit ahead of the party.
Yeah, I think we should stay in the tree line.
Yes, we'll stick to the tree line and keep cover as best we can and just try to get an eye on these creatures and see.
So you all can move away from the actual camp here. You were probably about like a quarter of a mile away from the actual winery itself. With this map here that I now have you on, you're much closer. So this has already progressed forward a good bit of the way there inside of those trees. You still have a little bit more that you can progress forward inside of that tree line. But you now have an actual view of the house itself with the party there. It's a pretty large, like 2-story building, predominantly made of stone. It has a wooden roof, and a little bit of the highest, portion of the second story is built of wood, but it is essentially like 90% stone, the actual building itself. You're looking at a front entranceway into the actual place. It seems to have a cellar in that very frontmost portion. And then again, like around the north, there is a the main walkway kind of. I'm about to sneeze, sorry.
Bless you.
No, classic talking about it. I don't actually have to, it's just hanging out there.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah. Around the north, the walkway kind of like curves around the house, and you can see like that's where the carts go. And that was the like side where there's like a little bit of like essentially like a side building built onto the actual house, where they describe that's where the actual like vats are like loaded onto carts and wagons. And then they've said that there is also an entrance on the west side of the building. So those are the 3 entrances: east side, west side, and northern side.
Okay,
And
I see a big field. Is it to the west of us, this house we're talking about?
Yep, that western side is the
Okay.
house. The map that I have that actually has all the vineyard on it is an awesome map for the vineyard, but the house on it sucks. So I had to actually cut the house off to actually.
Sure, yeah, no. I'm just making sure I got the direction right.
Is there a reason I cannot move Flea on the map?
There shouldn't be. Unless I drug him onto. I'm on the map setting, so I might have put them all on the map layer. Give me 1 second.
so this is the place where the druids are holding up, right?
Yeah, the Martikovs had said that the druids basically took this place. They took the building. And they've been displaced.
So if Flea and I could just stay a couple yards ahead and try to get some kind of eyes on them and then come back and let you guys know. But if anything happens, if there's any confrontation, please don't hesitate to rush in.
We'll need an alarm word so that we know for sure.
Things get bad, I think you'll know pretty quick. This place is not friendly.
All right. Seems like a lot to say, but
You see, like,
we'll
Just
listen
kinda-
for your signal.
kind of like twitch his mustache and like turn his head a little bit. Like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Okay, can we hear any fighting or activity in the background?
Roll a perception check.
Oh shit,
Just-
where's Lee? All right, I'm going after him.
I'll say to Romulus whilst that's happening. Personally, I'm fond of bird call. Caw caw.
Lee, did you hear that? Sounds like another bird.
As you caw, you hear like a multitude of crows seem to be like singing from the air above you.
Oh no!
I turned to Vox. I think that was a signal.
Attack! No kidding.
Overall, kind of giving him a second to listen, Flea, you don't really hear much of anything inside of the field. There's not much wind. There's not really much rustling. There doesn't seem to be anything, any movement, any sort of anything happening at the actual farmhouse. It seems dark and just kind of shut up.
Sarkis will whisper over to Flea, Lee, stop chasing birds and stick to the tree line like we discussed.
Yeah, my computer's not letting me move appropriately. Something's screwed up. I'm working on it.
You're good, man.
So yeah, while you give that a second while you're checking that out, I'm going to go grab some water and I'll be right back by.
I'll try to like get in an area where I can like see the rest of the group and sort of like motion them forward some. Lee, do you see anything?
Oh, I do not.
I'm sneaky, but my eyes aren't what they used to be.
Is that more properly where you're trying to move, Flea? Like you want to be inside of the vines?
No, it's not. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
So let's just pretend that I don't have the map there. Are you all still sneaking up basically inside of the tree line, keeping the rest of the party approximately like a few seconds behind?
Yeah, I think that's the goal. Ah, there you go. Is it working?
That was me.
Being like super sneaky, but also trying to like kind of pop up and look out occasionally.
So let me get a stealth from everybody else, from Sarkis, Vox, Romulus, and Kavi.
Is that the signal?
Oh, can I use my inspiration for this?
You are more than welcome to if you'd like.
Yeah, why not? What am I trying to do? Stealth.
Correct. This is a stealth roll.
Do what Romulus did, but opposite.
So yeah, that doesn't really help, does it?
Are you actually wearing heavy armor? What armor do you wear? Most paladins would be at disadvantage, so that would give you a straight roll.
Yeah, I'm wearing chainmail, so I don't know if it's disadvantage itself. I just
Yeah, chainmail isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, you get the 15 because you're actually using essentially the advantage.
cool.
So yeah, as you all kind of move forward, Sarkis and Flea, the two of you moving in like utter silence, you're able to progress closer and closer. You kind of look around and everything seems calm and normal. There doesn't seem to be much of an issue moving forward here. The barn, not the barn, the winery itself seems to be just like shut and kind of closed. There's no real activity to be seen inside there. As you all move forward, though, you do get closer and closer, and you start to notice little things like slightly off where there's like you can't really see it right now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I kind of failed to describe. There is another entrance, I think, on the east side that you would be able to see, like where you see like a little bit of the door kind of visible. So as you kind of move closer and closer, you get a little bit closer and you do start to see stuff like the door is cracked on that east side, and it just seems a little bit off. It doesn't like scream out to you that there's anything wrong, but it seems just a little bit kind of fishy about
Is there
it.
anything wrong?
And as you guys get closer, you do start to notice there seems to be things growing out of the path and in the walkway. If this as if this place has been abandoned for quite some time.
It's like the druids have made themselves at home. Now that I think of it, I don't feel very safe in these trees and bushes. Now I'll like sort of wave back at the party to advance again.
What does that mean? It's a wave. I can't understand what he's saying.
Oh, I'm gonna just assume that means follow.
Guess it's as good as mine.
And do we see anything like moving around, or is it basically just look like abandoned and overgrown?
Right now, everything just kind of points to abandoned and overgrown.
Can you expand the map some? I can't see anything past that first half inch or so section of brown rock.
You're really not supposed to be. I was simply giving you all a view of the actual movement forward.
Sarkis is gonna kind of waddle his way back over to the party and let him know. I don't really see anything suspicious. The place just looks overgrown, but I suspect the druid's manipulation of the shrubberies and whatnot could have done this in just a couple of days.
Maybe this is easy money.
Oh,
Yes.
my bad. Right now, where Flea is, something's gonna happen. Was Sarkis with him when you guys moved there?
Just step back to the party.
Yeah, so before you actually step back, before that goes down, something would happen when you guys leave everything. You're effectively
Easy
on
money.
the trail at the edge of the house right there, inside of like those growths that I was talking about.
I thought the growths were out where the grapes were and such.
No, I was trying to describe those as being on the path and inside of like the cart path.
I thought that too. Shit.
Then I wouldn't have walked where I walked. I'm sorry. But I'm here now.
So yeah, the overgrown and abandoned kind of feel is stuff growing on the path, not the vineyard, but the actual path and like around the farmhouse. What are you all doing?
So what's happened to Flea?
I'm giving you a chance to not walk into it.
They're just shrubbery.
So can we use the vines to try and continue maybe across the map a bit to get either to the front, maybe the east side of the building? Stealthily?
Not really sure. There's much more cover from here. I suspect if anyone's looking, they'll see us coming. So, but there's not really any reconnaissance to be had.
If that's the case, do you want to change the marching order just in case we do run into anything? You're worried that we're not going to have any stealth left?
Why don't we wait?
I think I can
If someone-
jump to the bench and maybe to the stone from there, from here. And not disturb the questionable vegetation.
Let me have a group intelligence roll.
Oh, wow.
Crushing. Sorry, by group intelligence, I should have left Romulus out because you don't actually have anything to recall here.
Exactly.
Which really sucks because it is wasting an 18 and a 17. But still impressive.
Well, it
regardless.
goes. That goes. That's a fluke roll. It shouldn't have even happened. My +0.
No, fuck it. Yeah, as you guys are like talking about this questionable vegetation, Romulus is going to point out that he sees some of them moving and they seem to be walking towards you. But then he's like, that must be me just fucking tripping here. This mist is crazy.
Yeah.
So we'll give all the credit to Romulus there.
There you go. We got some walking bushes over there. Maybe they're both friends of yours.
Where do we see this at?
All along the path, basically surrounding the building, are these questionable vegetations that you started to walk into when I was on the other map. And I'm trying to remind you all, you guys know what happens when the druids have things growing around their shit.
Hey, maybe we could set this alight, torch the path or something. I know Marius didn't want us to burn the place up, but we can always...
But that's the first thing you go to. Okay, well, I'm with it.
Yeah.
Anybody have some lantern fuel?
I got oil.
Oh, yeah. Hey, don't burn that, though. That is so much more use.
Any flame spells, anyone?
I don't think we're going to be able to get any closer without them noticing us. Those are clearly scouts, like attacked us on the trail.
Does anybody have an axe?
I fear you'll need more than an axe. Maybe if that axe was on fire.
How big are these shrubs that are walking around? Are they like
they're not
dog
like explicitly
size, or-
walking around. You just feel
or
like you
moving,
saw
yeah,
the little bit of movement from them.
Okay.
But overall, they're pretty tiny. It looks like
Okay.
like fresh grown, like the first shoots of like a tree or some sort of vegetation like growing up through this area. But like the way the Martikovs would have described it, they lost the house like 2 days ago, and these things are like a month or two of growth.
Okay, well, I'm gonna Put my spear on my back and pull out a dagger.
I'm gonna get a torch ready to light. I'm not gonna light it just this second until the group decides what they want to. But I have that ready to go just.
So somehow I ended up with 19 torches. I got quite a few to spare.
That's
Could
a
I
lot
have
of
one
weight.
of those?
Still unencumbered.
Yeah, I'll take a few if you can spare them.
Yeah, I got a few spare as well. I got I think I grabbed some firewood out of some of the dead tree things we killed last week. So anyone else needs any? I got some.
While all this is happening, all of a
I'll
sudden
take two, one from each of you.
you'll notice like Sarkis kind of like stumbling forward recklessly, and they'll let out like a loud, like, oh!
I thought he was supposed to be the stealthy one.
So did I. What just happened?
As Sarkis kind of stumbles forward, you see these creatures all like kind of like shoot up, and almost all of their branches just kind of like stiffen for a moment, and then they seem to like start to barrel towards him as they start to close the difference. Everybody roll some initiative.
Okay, can I have that torch lit before initiative, or that needs to wait now?
Roll a dexterity check for me.
Oh boy.
Lee's going to want to light his at the first opportunity.
Roll a dexterity check for me, Flea. In the future, lighting at the first opportunity is a great way to have your first action in a combat be doing some bullshit.
Thank you.
If you guys want to do stuff, you need to do it when you've got the chance, because most of the time when you guys are doing stuff and dicking around, other stuff is happening, and once I put that initiative up, everything you do is under initiative.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, guys, I think I got some tainted rations.
And then, my bad, I should have actually done it like this. Sarkis, can you roll a dexterity check for me? This is more interesting than having them roll against me. Alright, yeah, so Flea and Vox can light torches.
Is everyone still there? I can't hear anything.
I already have 12 NPCs on the board. Give me some time to set up the combat.
So
Okay,
many bountiful enemies. This truly is a warrior's paradise. Ha
Okay, cool. I just thought I got kicked or something.
I'm sure you did.
Oh my, that is a.
Tell me, Vox, you know any good battle songs?
Son of a bitch, I didn't see Kavi at 22. Kavi, you're going to start off the combat.
I will get back to you on that one, Romulus.
She's going to use her crossbow to attack the one closest to Sarkis.
6 is going to fly past it, and it's going to miss.
Then she's going to use her bonus action to give Sarkis inspiration.
So, Sarkis, you've got a D6 inspiration die.
Mucho gracias.
Any movement before you finish, Kavi?
She's just going to slink back into like behind the tree or shrub.
Yeah, so depending how far you want to move into it, it ends up being difficult terrain once you're inside of it.
kind of like just peeking around like the trunk of it.
You are well. The one like that Vox is behind, you can peek around. So let's see. The first two are going to close in to Sarkis as he kind of like coughs out a 15 to hit Sarkis and then a 16 to hit.
As they swing at me, I'll like clutch my stomach and duck down, and they just go right over my head.
And then it's going to go to Flea. They're pretty short, so I think it's better if they're not necessarily going over your head so much as like being dodged, but you kind of dodge them in your stomach ailment. Did I miss why you're sick?
No.
All right.
But you remember last time when I got knocked unconscious a couple times, I was like letting out random farts.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm shooting at the one just south of Sarkis. 17, I would guess that hits.
So southwest of Sarkis, 17 hits. As the arrow sticks into it, it splits the creature into 4 little pieces, and it just kind of falls to the ground. Sarkis, you're
I'm
on
done.
deck. That's all from you, Flea. It'll go to Sarkis.
All right, I'm going to give a swing with my stick double-handed at the one that's in contact with me. 17 to hit.
17 hits, and it will just kind of explode into like wood chips and fertilize the vines.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and use some movement. Just sort of come back here and regroup with the squad a little bit. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. Or I can start to regroup with the squad and then I can just move back the other way. But I'm going to move up and then bonus action punch this thing. Uh, 20 for 7.
20 will hit. 7 will just crumble it in your hand. And Vox, you're on deck. You're just going to finish your movement with Sarkis.
Okay, so how far can I throw a torch?
That's more or less a strength check. And it's more to see how far you throw the torch than how far you can.
Okay, and what would you count that as an action, bonus action, or?
That's going to be an action.
Okay, cool. So I'll take my 30 feet, and then I will attempt to throw the torch, say, around here.
So roll a strength check. Oh, I don't have a torch on this campaign. It kind of like plinks off of the one just northwest of it. Roll a d6. It seems to catch fire.
Cool. So which one is that? Yeah, sorry.
The one northwest of where you were pointing.
That one, yeah?
Looked like that's, yep.
Cool. And I guess that'll be it for me. I assume everyone else behind me can see all of these creatures, right? If not, I'll just shout out saying to whoever hasn't seen. Or am I the last to act anyway?
You are not. Romulus is on deck, but you can still yell out whatever you would like to.
Okay, so I'll just yell out to the others. Though you were right about those plant creatures, they're definitely hostile. Help.
So with that,
Nothing.
it will go to Romulus.
All right. Romulus is going to he's going to take his dagger and his shield and start smashing together. Boom, 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 boom. Gold for the master, silver for the maid. Boom, boom. And then he'll use a dash. Copper for the tradesman working on his trade. And that'll be my turn.
Roll the performance for me. Crushing.
I feel good for Kabi. No, he still has our job security.
I mean, she's applauding. She liked it.
So the first one to get to somebody and be able to attack, a 22 to hit Sarkis for
I will
2
use
damage.
I'm going to use my shield to impose disadvantage.
13 to hit. I believe that's a miss then.
Fine, said the graven, sitting in his hall, but iron, cold iron is master of all.
Second one's going to swing on Romulus with an 11 to hit, should miss.
That will miss.
Thank God we haven't got flanking in this campaign. Eh?
Yeah, using flanking is more dangerous as a player than it is as an NPC. They're all meant to die. Next is going to move up, trying to swing on Sarkis with an 11. It should miss.
Affirmative.
Is this still a light? Does it take any fire damage or anything like
The burning, the prophecy is fulfilled.
It is effectively going to take fire damage on your turn.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mechanically, to answer any questions for you, I don't think torches are an effective weapon. They're not a great way to fight stuff. But you guys can use them. You can light stuff on fire with them. But there's stuff to cause fire damage in the game. Using that, it would be a good way to fight stuff. Not necessarily simply pulling out a torch.
Right, but the fire wouldn't spread, right?
I don't see any reason to. Not without, like, oil. Something of flammability versus you caught something on fire. I would say it's more likely that this is like when you try to light live wood on fire, where the wood is fuel. It's just very soaked in water right now.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
There will be time enough for ourselves to set ourselves on fire.
Burn, baby, burn.
Flashback of your previous character lighting himself on fire.
It's a valid tactic.
And another will swing on Romulus with a 7. It will miss. And I believe the little guys clawing out at you all will be finished with that, and it will rotate back around to Kavi.
As a free action, can Kavi take the drum she has in her bag out and just like put it on the ground?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So whatever like Romulus is performing, she's just gonna use her tail to make a beat for him.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't think your tail can just be an extra limb. I'm gonna throw it out there. Like, you don't get 3 arms because of the tail. Like, you can flavor it as that, but you are still essentially using an arm to do that, like, as far as accomplishing other stuff.
Darn.
Like, you can hold a 2-handed weapon and play a song with your tail. I like the idea that you play stuff with your tail, but it's not just making you a 3-armed creature.
Yeah, no, that was never the intention. But she's also gonna take her crossbow again and hit the one left of Romulus.
Sarkis, you can definitely aim at your monk.
No, this one. Or
South? Gotcha. As you shoot at it, it splits into 5 pieces as the arrow flies directly through it.
then she's gonna give Bardic Inspiration to Vox, and she's specifically gonna say like, "Don't get stuck."
Any movement from you?
She's just gonna stay where she is.
And it's gonna go to flee.
Going with the bow again for this one.
This one doesn't work for me. I'm almost always doing something else. Where were you shooting at? Cardinal directions is what I need. A 9's a miss anyway, so it'll go to Sarkis unless there's anything else from Flee. But like while you guys are doing your thing, I'm rolling for all of these NPCs so I can have their dice ready. I am not watching the screen while you guys are taking your turns. So that'll go to Sarkis. I think Flea moved away.
All right. Sarkis gonna turn over to Romulus and say, "Ha ha! A fine combatant indeed." And then I'm gonna smack the one that's directly south of me with the stick. Uh, 24 to hit for 8. I'm sorry, for 10.
You said south of you?
Directly south.
Crushes it into the ground.
And then I'm gonna do a unarmed strike, and against the one that's south west of me.
And once again, we'll roll a d20 for me. It crushes it, and the creature, like snapping off some limbs, seems to still be like swiping out at you.
That's it for me.
On to Va.
Vox is gonna shout out to Sarkis, "How you doing over there, buddy?" And then he's going to attempt an attack, swing with his great sword to the closest enemy to him, which is west of his position.
Northwest of who?
Of his position.
Got you. North of Romulus. Got you. Uh, 9 is a swing and a miss.
Okay. That's probably going to be about it for now.
Roll a d6.
Oh dear.
The creature seems to go out. It's no longer burning.
Yay.
And on to Romulus.
All right, we're gonna go north. Torches to the buildings, buildings to fields to the flame, death to the weaklings fleeing at our name. Yeah, okay, all right. And then we will.
Wait, what's going on there? Did you like accidentally roll?
Yeah, I accidentally rolled the second one,
Gotcha. So we
but
can
still
take the
20
6
to hit.
damage.
Oh, it's 4, I think.
Well, I mean, you still had that. The first damage rolled was from the
Oh,
second
yeah,
roll
we'd
to
add
attack.
the crit. Got it. Okay. And then I will. There's 4 damage, so I'll go on an action surge, and we'll hit him again if he's still standing.
It is indeed. A 15 will hit, and that will shatter it.
As says the Ukrim, Orc looking at the pall, but iron, cold iron, is the master of them all. And that's my turn.
Alright, so 1 is going to move forward towards Romulus as it swings out at you for a 17 to hit. And it will
That will
do
hit.
2 damage. Pretty monstrous. I know you're in fears right now. The next is going to 7 is the 10 for 4. It's gonna go for Vot. The second is going to swing at Vox.
Okay.
It's going to swing out with a 13 to hit you.
Misses.
The next 3 are all going to swing out at Romulus, and they're all going to miss with a 9 to hit.
Those will miss.
I don't know. Somehow I rolled a crit with the one that actually had no twigs left, so I pre-rolled a die that was pointless, and it was the one that was actually a hit of all those dice. And it's gonna twist back around to Kavi.
So Kavi's going to do the same thing and aim for the one south of Sarkis this time with her crossbow.
22's a hit. 10 will kill it. Which one were you shooting at?
The one south of Sarkis.
Excellent. Anything else from Kavi, or I believe it's going to go to Sarkis? No, Flea.
Is she able to see if anyone is damaged or needs healing?
I don't think anybody is even remotely close to half health, and that's where you would be able to see it.
Alright, she'll just say where she is then.
Lee is going to go for the one north of Vox with the short bow. And he's also going to yell out that there are many more coming from the north.
Said north of Vot.
Yes, sir.
That will kill.
Be aware, be aware. There are more coming from the north. A lot of them.
And you guys can probably see it better than me, but to the next player.
Yep. You're done, Flea? I will smack the
Yes,
one.
sir.
Perfect. I'll smack the one south east of me with my stick, double-handed. Ooh, 8. How long does inspiration last for? Do we know?
10 minutes.
I'll just use my inspiration.
The inspiration die from Kavi.
Yeah. What is it? A D6?
D6.
Yeah, I'll use it. 14.
14 hits. You needed a 5 or a 6.
And I'll say, "Let the body set the floor. Let the body set the floor." And I'm going to unarmed strike at the. Actually, you know what? I'm going to unarmed strike at the one directly north of me.
You hear it moo at you. Moo. Moo moo moo.
22 for 6.
Oh, wait a second. Which was the first one that you struck out at? Was it?
The one that's southeast, directly
Gotcha.
below Rhonda. Yep, that's the one. And then after that, it was the one directly north of me.
Gotcha. And that's the end of your turn there?
Yeah. Can I still move or no?
You're technically in combat, but you can move.
I got you. But I won't know if that one's going to die before or after I move, regardless.
At the end of your turn, you're rolling a d20 for me, so if you want to move now, it is alive.
I'll just stay right there.
Roll a d20. And it will die. And then I think it's Vox.
So Vox will take his greatsword and attempt a swing at the one that is northwest of him or north of Romulus. Did roll, just waiting for it to come through.
What's the roll? 20 will hit, and that will kill.
Okay. I'm gonna try to use my movement to get in front of Sarkis. Shit. Okay, I've accidentally now stuck it over one of the tokens. Yeah, I meant to get right here. I know you're not looking at it, but it's just north of Sarkis. No. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
It always places the wrong token on top when two tokens are on top of each other. I just had to move you to get that piece out of the way, or it would have been on top of your token.
Got it. Appreciated. And that will be the end. I'll just call back, look behind me, and say again, Sarkis, how you doing, buddy? Are you okay? You look like you're pretty surrounded back there for a hot minute.
I don't even think they noticed me.
That's good to know.
That was an interesting song you sung. Was it Dwarvish?
First heard it from a gnome.
Oh, wonderful. Didn't know they had such songs. You should have to teach me it sometime. And Rami's will switch to his spear and put his dagger away. And he will just prepare for the assault if it comes.
Just holding your action for the first creature to come close.
I don't know if switching my weapon would take an action or not, but I mean, it doesn't matter since I've got the polearm master. I can
You
hit him
got
either
the
way.
reaction automatically. Yeah, I got you. So yeah, that works better. You don't have to worry about fudging the ability to stash the dagger. But that will take it back to Kavi, I believe. Oh wait, no. I think you guys cleared out the rest of the first wave. So I think, yeah, it takes it back to Kavi. Looks like yes.
You're gonna use your crossbow to aim to the creature that is northwest.
Just like looking at the most southerly one. What are you looking for?
It looks like there's two in front of Romulus, one directly ahead and one more to like the left. So I'm going for the one more left.
Gotcha. $21 will hit. 6 will certainly injure it severely. Anything else from Kavi? Otherwise, roll a d20 for me when you're done.
She's going to give inspiration into Romulus.
So take a d6 for Rami, and then if you will roll a d20 for me, Kavi.
You should flavor your bardic inspiration with your tail, like beating the drum or whatever.
She says she's not.
Yeah, that's perfect way to use it, I feel like.
Just checking. You know, when I used my inspiration at the beginning for the stealth check, that would have used it up, right?
Yep, it's gone now.
Yeah, cool.
And it's going to go to Flea, as it seems like the group from the northwest is all just kind of charging forward at full blast.
Shooting at the one closest to me, which would be I should say, the farthest east.
Gotcha. And Sarkis, you're on deck. That will kill it as it splits in 2 pieces.
Stark, oh, are you done?
I'm pre-moving stuff to try to save time. So if Sarkis is done, then yeah, or if Flea is done, it should be on you.
All right, yeah. Stark's gonna start like running forward fast as you've ever seen him, and as he sort of like departs Vox and Romulus, you just hear a little, and then I'm gonna hit this one south of me with my stick. 24 for 6 damage.
I will break a bunch of its pieces off of it, but it seems to hold on.
All right, and then unarmed strike.
Same one. 8 will miss.
Yep. 8 misses, and that's it for my turn.
Next set seems to be barreling forward as well. So the first one moves into your range with Rami. Next is going to move up and swing out at you as it misses, which will effectively take this to Vox because this whole group is essentially misses.
Okay, so Vox will swing attempt to swing his great sword at the one to his direct west.
Uh, 13 will hit and 12 will kill it.
Nice. Okay, and then he'll try and swing around to. Um, I change where I'm going with this, but okay, I'll just move up next Romulus, I guess.
And that'll go to Rami.
All right. Rami will sidestep this way, and he will swing out with his whole arm.
Which one are you swinging for?
Oh, I'm sorry. The one to the left or
Gotcha,
the west
left
of
of
me.
Gotcha.
And then a
21 will
bonus
hit, dealing 5 damage.
All right, and then another bonus action for polearm, and 6 for that.
And that will shatter it.
And that's my turn.
First is going to swing out at Vox with a 12, should miss.
Yeah, misses.
1 enters your range.
I will attack for 10 to hit.
10 will miss. I don't think any of these will be effective. It should go to Kabi.
Kavi's going to use her crossbow and aim for the one further north of Sarkis.
Okay. Seven is a miss. Anything else from Kavi? And
No.
we'll go to Flea. Oh wait, no, my bad. I've got Twig Blights in between. I wasn't ready. All right. Does anybody have an AC of 11? Realistically, Flea or Vox?
I'm AC 14.
Yep, I don't think any of those will hit. So I'm just going to move and it's going to go to Flea.
Okay, I'm going for the same one that Kavi shot at.
All right, well, many of these are going for you, so you may change your mind because they're going to close in on you. If that matters, give me a second to actually close them in on you.
Yeah, do your movements, please.
So one of them is leaving your range with Sarkis.
Punctify its face with my stick. 12 for 10.
12 will miss.
Okay, I'm going to the southerlymost one right in front of me.
If you're shooting your bow, you will be at disadvantage. And then this is for Vox.
And I will go for 2 hits with the daggers.
Dropping your bow.
How far away does somebody have to be for me to not be at disadvantage?
Not in combat with you. You can step away from the combat and take a shot with your bow, or you can take a shot where you're at disadvantage. To pull your daggers, though, you have to drop your bow, and I think then, realistically, you're still only able to pull one weapon.
We'll go with it with the bow.
Stepping away or a disadvantage?
Disadvantage.
See a 13. One more roll. 14 hits. I don't know why you're set on force crits. 13 damage will kill.
I think there's a modifier in there that's critting.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, I'm +5 with the short bow.
Yeah, I feel like it's just set wrong that it's showing it as a crit.
Yeah, the formula's got something. If it's less than 0, then or it's more than 0, then CF more than 1.
And I am going to just, if I move, does the other one that I wasn't directly engaged with get a shot at my back?
If you want to move, but yes, they do. You guys have to recognize at this point, these are weak-ass enemies. If you're thinking about moving, move.
I'm staying put.
That's very disappointing. And it's going to go to Sarkis.
There's too many of them.
Yeah, this is meant to give somebody who gets Fireball a chance to use it, because rocking out 32 Twig Blights is no fun.
I'm gonna like run up into the middle of them, and then the one that I just like ran past that's like southeast of me now, I'm gonna hit that one with my stick.
Just like diving over him into a roll as you smack him in the back, and he just crumbles.
Aha! And then I'm gonna punchify the face of the next one. Hopefully. 19 hits for 6.
You do reach out for a face, and it seems a little bit lacking. Anything else from you on this turn? If not, roll a d20. That will die.
Just like hold up in the air a handful of like twig blight pieces.
Yeah, effectively, they need like a 17 plus to actually survive being damaged with 6 hit points. I'm not actually pre-rolled 2 more sets. Alright, so 4 is going to be running for Flea. 1, 2, 3. 2 of which can close in, so let's see. So one's going to attack Rami, one's going to attack Vox. The one attacking Romulus is going to roll a 1, and an 8 will miss its friend. 13 to hit Vox should be a miss.
Yeah, miss.
Do these have a negative to hit modifier?
They're a 1/8 CR creature. They have a +3. They are the absolute like worst and weakest you can really throw at people. That is actually worth experience points. And they move 20 feet. Second set is going for 4. I think is flee again. Second set may actually already be dead. That's 3 of them are already dead. Eight. And it is on Vox and Romulus. You are on deck.
Okay, so Vox will shout out, "Man, these things just keep coming. Has anyone got any like area effect spells that could just nip this in the bud? It's getting annoying." And then he will take his greatsword and attempt to swing at the one to his west.
$22 hits, 13 will kill.
Swing, and that's pretty much all I'm gonna do.
On to Romulus.
Okay, could I grapple the one to the north and beat him with the one to the south? Oh, I'm sorry, not the south, the west there. Use the one to the north to beat the other one.
You can make an unarmed strike at it, but not really. I mean, it's a cool flavor,
Okay.
but I think
Yeah.
there's the actual grappler, like tavern fighter.
Yeah,
lets you do
no,
shit like that.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll just go with the standard. We'll do a spear attack.
Usually the problem with doing some creative shit is that there's actual stuff in the game that allows you to do it.
Another feat. 12 hit, no hit.
12 is a miss. They are AC
All
13.
right, and then a bonus.
13 will hit. 7 to kill.
Does it do it? Okay, never mind. Let me do it from here.
7 will kill it.
Yeah, that was the one to the north there.
Alright, so they are going for 3 is Sarkis. So the first one's going to swing out at Romulus, and a 10 is a miss. I think a 10 is a miss against Sarkis as well. And I think 2 of them can reach you. And it's on Kavi.
Sticking with her crossbow, she's going to go for the one south of Vox.
Gotcha. Nine is a miss. Anything else from you, Kavi?
Nah.
Alrighty, I am crushing these low dice rolls. The next set is going after 2 will be Sarkis. It's gonna swing. 1 is on Flea already. It's gonna swing and a miss with a 9. And the last is going to... And that's that group. The next group is going for 4, I think is Rami. 1 is right below you, Romulus. It is going to swing, and with a 1, it is going to miss. A 10 is going to miss its friend. And it's going to go to Flea.
Okay, short bow to the face of the guy right in front of me.
That'll be disadvantaged. A 16 hits. 7 to kill. And Sarkis, you're on deck. 11 will kill.
All right, I will go for the one directly east of me with my stick. And then I will just try to punch the same one. 14 for 8.
You said east of you? That'll kill.
Yeah, that's it. And then I'm actually going to leave combat with the one that's on me right now.
10 is going to miss.
All right. 5, 10. And then I'm just going to run over and engage these two.
Alright, so group 1 is going for 3 is Kavi. One is going to strike out at Vox with a 12, should be a miss.
Yeah,
Group 2 is both on Sarkis, and he's number 4. Oh, no. Doesn't matter regardless, though. They're going to swing out at you with a 12, Sarkis, for 4 damage.
Yeah, no, that's a miss.
Both will miss, and it will go to Vox. Romulus on deck.
Box in between all these swings and looking around, seeing this sea of dead tree-like things. Will say, well, looks like at least we'll have enough firewood for tonight. And then he will take another swing with his great sword for the enemy to his south.
.24 hits. 6 will not kill. But if that's the end of your turn, roll a d20 for me. I will stay alive. You said...
Yeah.
And should go to Rami.
All right. That's the spirit box. Ha. And we'll go to the one to the northwest. And we'll follow up with the one in the west. If that, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
think that
23
lands.
will hit, 7 will kill with that first one. The bonus will fail. Which was the first at? Just west?
Northwest.
Northwestward. Let's see.
Man, that's my turn.
Next set is predominantly dead. One of them is in combat. So let's see. I rolled a 2, which is a flee. So the 1 is going to swing at Vox with an 8 will miss, and the other 2 are going to run for flee. Alrighty, let's take a quick break here because shit's about to change, and I don't want to do it while everybody's sitting there, so give me a moment. Just come back about like the half hour, about 9 minutes.
Permit.
Okay.
How have you been, Justin?
Good, man. I can't complain. How about you, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. Did you get your diamond hands on any of that?
Yeah, man. You know I'm all about that crypto and stocks, so I didn't mess with like GameStop or any of those, but crypto's been like more parabolic than that shit has.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's been going crazy.
Been going fucking nuts. Like when we started playing together was like about a year ago or whatever. I think Bitcoin was at like 10,000 and Dogecoin was at a penny, and now like crypto got up to like 60 grand. I pretty much sold most of my Bitcoin between like 56 and 60,000, and sold most of my Dogecoin around like 50 to 60 cents. So it was like, I mean, Dogecoin was up like over 50x. It was fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's insane. But I moved a lot of my stuff into. Oh, I always diversify pretty good, man. So, like, I always take a lot of profits and then pull it into precious metals, sort of like my savings account. So I buy like physical gold and silver.
Yeah, non-fungibles are the way to go for all that. If you're not gonna like go with straight up stocks and all that.
I pretty much like. Well, I mean, I do have quite a bit of stocks. I was de-risk on the stock market there for a little bit after like basically like the lull and everything. Like I sold all my Tesla and like got out of a lot of like the other tech stuff. But honestly, like I kind of have started diving back in. But mostly I've just been buying pot stocks right now because they're like super undervalued.
Oh yeah, especially like all that stuff that's coming has to have a cycle to come back after the pandemic, like
Well,
real
exactly.
estate and things like that.
Exactly, dude. And like the pot stocks actually like topped out in like 2018 and we're basically like in a bear market the whole time. So while everything else was like going parabolic after the pandemic, like back to new all-time highs pretty much, the pot stocks like didn't really do anything. And now they're like carving out a bottom. So I've been like basically scooping them up while everything else was like super expensive now. Like they're like super undervalued. And because there's no like because weed isn't legal in the United States, all like the pot stocks that you're able to trade are all like Canadian, and I don't think that we're gonna have like federally
No,
legalized.
certainly not federally, but
Yeah, I
it'd
don't.
be
I mean,
state by state at this point.
yeah, a lot of states have legalized it, but in order for it to be allowed to be traded publicly, like U.S. companies, it has to be federally legalized.
Mm-hmm.
Until it's federally legalized, all the Canadian pot stocks are gonna like basically suck up all that extra capital. So I figure there's probably like a good 2 or 3 years of like Canadian pot stocks
Oh,
crushing.
for sure. That and the other thing is like most of those companies can't even put their money in the bank because if it's controlled by the federal government, then they can just put a hold on it and freeze those
It's
accounts.
super crazy, man. It's super.
Yeah, so that's why the other part is that's why the cryptocurrency has got such a big boon in it because that's where they're putting their money and you can actually buy it with crypto now.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. Like pretty much everything's been going like parabolic, including like real estate. It's fucking crazy, dude. But I mean, let's be real here. They can't just print up like $10 trillion a year and shit be normal. Like they're fucking
No, for sure.
right now.
The other part is like, I mean, a lot of people learned a lot of lessons in the pandemic. So having a bunch of brick and mortar is not the best, have a huge office building is obviously not the way to go, just because a lot of places or industries have realized that they can spread everybody out and maintain a digital infrastructure as opposed to a brick and mortar one, and be effective without pandemics.
Yeah, commercial real estate is like totally fucked, dude. Like it'll probably never come back. And then like real estate, like residential in places like New York City and California is probably like honestly going to take a decent hit too. But everywhere else is pretty much going up like 20% this year.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever mess with New York real estate. Golly, that stuff has defied gravity for so many years.
Yeah, I have like a bunch of family in New York and like Manhattan, Long Island, and then like I've got family in California also. So it's just like I can't even imagine. I don't even know.
Yeah, man, I've seen some of the videos of people like, this is a 1 bedroom flat with a without a door on the bathroom, and it's a $2 million rent a month rent or something like that. It's just insane.
Straight up ridiculous, dude. And like the homeless in California right now are like, it's so crazy, dude. I can't even believe it. It's like the whole place, like you have like a multi-million-dollar mansion, and then there's like a tent city in your front yard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you've still got one multi-million-dollar mansion that's still standing after the fires.
Yeah, definitely crazy times, man.
About that San Francisco life.
Yeah, right? I mean,
That's like your house can be on fire and it's still a $2 million mansion, and it's only like a 1 bedroom flat.
I just feel really bad for like young people that like aspire to own a home but aren't like invested in like real estate or the stock market or crypto, because they're gonna be totally fucked.
All right, is everybody back right now?
I'm back.
Yep.
All right, there we go. That's Al. I think that's everybody. So you all see as a humanoid comes out of the front of the building, and as she raises her hand high in the air with a staff like perpendicular to the ground, she lowers it, and all of a sudden the vines that are growing the actual wine grapes start to like shudder and move. And Kabi, what are you doing?
Kavi's gonna prepare. She's going to hold her action. So if the one right in front of her attacks, she's gonna stab it with a rapier.
I mean, you know it's going to attack you, so why not stab it with the rapier?
Okay, fair enough.
Seven's going to miss. Anything else from you?
She does have Hellish Rebuke as a reaction should she be damaged.
And that's the exact reason why you were meant to attack with your rapier. Alrighty. So the first group. I think they're all going to be swinging and misses because they're shooting at 8s. So I don't think they can hit anybody. So the first group's just going to close in. One is going to move into your range with Romulus.
I'll take a hit.
.22 will hit. Where's that fucking blight at? What the fuck? A 4. Roll a d20 for me. Oh, son of a bitch. I have 2 selected. That's what it was. Uh, 15, it will survive. Next one's moving into Sark.
I don't have anything special.
Oh no, I just rolled a 5 for those, and they've got an 8 to hit. The problem with rolling as a group is I'm rolling like shit, so it's pretty much the entire group of 5 there. We're basically moving and then just kind of like clawing at you as if like a little twig were being like snapped back towards you while you're walking through the forest. Little else. That's all. Another one is right next to you, the 20 on Sarkis. He's gonna move in. He's got a 9 to hit you. That should miss. And then one of the 19s is dead. The other one is on Vox. He's gonna swing at, I guess it's not necessarily Vox, but yeah, 2 would be Vox in that grouping. And it's got a 14 to hit. It's gonna go to Flea with Sarkis on deck.
Okay, going for the one that's closest to me, right up to the west and north.
Ten is a miss.
Are you done, Flea?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will just pick my stick up and I'll point at the.
All right, give me 1 second. Actually, I'm sorry, Sarkis. Flea, roll
you're
an
fine.
intelligence for me. All right, word. Go ahead, Sarkis.
He'll take his walking stick in in one hand and point over at the druid that just came out, and he'll say, "Leave now and never come back." And then I will just swing at anyone south. I'll go south. 23 for 10.
And it
then
will die.
Excellent. And then I'll do a unarmed strike against the one that is directly east of me. Miss. And I'm finished.
Oh, my bad. I had a group in between you two. I meant on deck like you were the next player. So yeah, there's going to be
You're fine. You're fine. Go
a
ahead.
solid group here. So let's see. The start of the 17s, they're rolling 9s, so I believe they're just moving.
Done. I would like to move, though, if that's okay.
All right, yeah, let me see what actually surrounds you, and then you can decide how you want to move there. All right, so 2 of them are slashing out at Romulus. A third's going to attack Vox, and then the one is attacking Sark. And then the 16s. All right, so they rolled a 3. They're looking for Romulus. And they can't even make it, the ones that are there. These are ones that actually have hitting attacks. Son of a bitch. One's gonna close in on Vox and get a swipe in on him with a 19 to hit for 5 damage.
That actually hits.
That's why I was salty that they couldn't even get close enough to you. One's gonna hit Kavi with a 19 for 5 damage. And one's gonna close in on Sarkis with a 19 for 5 damage. So, Sarkis, you can move if you'd like. You have 6 of these on you right now when it would be your turn. After you kill the 7th, basically.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna move away, and I'm just gonna yell out, "Fear not! Help is on the way!"
Your AC is not 11, but is it 14?
No, it's 17.
17? Alright, so I'll have 2 hits on you. And those will do 5 and 4 damage, so a total of 9 piercing. One of them... Damn, I don't know, have a way to know which. Roll a d6 for me, Sarkis. One of them rolls a 1 with a 10. It's going to miss anyways, my bad. The d6 doesn't matter. So yeah, the 9 damage to you as you break the combat, but you are otherwise out of that combat. So you basically have the exit to the south if you are moving closer to people, or you can move to the northwest.
Yeah, I'm gonna run by those 2.
Like into them and then out of them?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep. So 2 more op attacks from.
I think the fort or 16. I think you said 17.
Yeah.
So 16 misses. They'll miss on you.
And that's it for my turn.
Alrighty. So the next group of 14s is going for 2 is Romulus. So 1 is on Vox. It's going to swing with a 20, and it's going to do 5 damage. 1 is on Kavi with a 20 for 5 damage. And the one that is moving, I think it's going to go for Sarkis. Yeah, it's going to get to Sarkis with a 20. It'll do 5 damage to you. And then the next group of 13s is on an 18 to hit. They are going for 1 is Vox. One's going to close in on Kavi. It's going to hit for 2 damage. 1 is going to run for Vox and stack up. And another is going to close in on Flea with an 18 for 2 damage. And then the last group of 12s was next to Sarkis. They rolled a 3 is Kavi. And they also had hitting attacks and are going to run through it. It's going to go to Vox with Rami on deck.
Okay, so how tall are these things?
They're tiny.
Okay, so could I survey the battlefield to see if anyone is seriously hurt at this point?
Is anybody under half hit points?
Yeah, I'm bloodied.
Okay. Does the disengage action skip over attack of opportunity?
That's what it is designed for, but inside of a massive group, it's probably not going to be effective. Because essentially what the disengage action is like you swinging your weapon to make somebody dodge out of the way of you, and as they are dodging away, you use that opportunity to bolt the other way. And you can't do that versus everybody who's in combat with you when you are surrounded. You can swing and make things fear for you, but it doesn't mean everybody is going to be afraid of that singular attack.
So, I mean, just being real here, would it? I mean, how much of an effect would it have? Even if it would provoke some opportunity attacks on
It's
out of
it's going to
6
reduce
there?
the opportunity attacks.
And then would that mean I just have 30 feet of movement?
You would have 30 feet. Or technically you would have more like 25, because one of those is going to have to be difficult terrain as you move over a creature. They're not explicitly tiny creatures, they're medium creatures, but they are easily seen over. Oh no, I was on the wrong ones. The twigs are small creatures.
So 30 feet.
I think they can move through your space. I don't think you can just move through theirs. I think it's still 25.
Okay.
Don't let my poor judgment affect what you do, though, Vox. Like, I was just coming to help Kabi and flee.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking it maybe cutting the head of the snake sort of methodology here. If we could break through to the main target, maybe we could, I don't know, eradicate the mini mess that we got right in front of us. But don't think I can get there, no matter what I try. Not without taking. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to attack. So I think I already damaged the one to myself. Is that right?
The southerly one is damaged.
Yeah. So I guess I will.
Roll an intelligence check for me.
Okay.
Unless you're swinging a different weapon, your weapon is pretty much an auto kill on anything you hit. I think 6 is about as minimal damage you can do. That thing has 1 hit point left. If you
Right.
swing on that injured creature with your greatsword, that is a massive waste of time. You need to swing on a healthy one if you're going to swing on it. Or, a better idea, it might be time to get 2 attacks out of your attacks. If you have a smaller weapon, drop your greatsword and draw your other weapons.
Okay, I will do that then. So, how would that work? I drop the weapon, and then I have to wait another turn before I can take both out, or...
You can basically, like, you can kind of like bonus action sheathe your sword, drawing a single weapon and making a attack this turn and kill off that one that's at 6. Like a hit is a kill, and you just attack with, you know, whether you have a dagger or like a hand axe. That's a really good way to kill that one, like adding something to the action economy. Or you can drop your sword and you can get the 2 weapons out, but it's going to cost your bonus action to get the second one out. Either way, next turn you're set up to make 2 attacks. But looking at these druids coming out with 24, you guys all should have been, if you can, making 2 attacks a turn. Because these creatures don't live. They need hit and they die.
Okay, alright. So could I sheath my longsword, greatsword, and draw a longsword? Or just the dagger?
You want a light weapon that you can 2-handed wield. You don't need damage here.
Oh, but can I can't dual wield my longsword and a dagger?
A longsword is
not-
not a light weapon. You need to be using, like, everybody starts with 2-weapon fighting, which allows you, if you are wielding 2 light weapons, to make a second attack with your bonus action. You need to get to that level right now. That's like part of why like Romulus has his bonus action where he attacks with the hilt of his spear. That's giving him 2 attacks this turn, and the hilt can kill the creatures. The spear is almost a guaranteed 2, and it's the same way as Sarkis. When he attacks with his staff, he's almost guaranteed to get a kill if he can hit with it, and then the hand is almost always a kill.
Yeah, see, the problem I have is all I have is greatsword, longsword, and dagger. I mean, can javelins just be used as a melee, or do they have to be used for range?
I think javelins are light weapons, and they have a melee attribute to them.
Okay, so for now, I'll use a bonus action to put away the greatsword, and I'll use an attack on a dagger for now, I guess. And then
Well, you want to draw what you're going to attack with. So if you're going to go for like a dagger and a javelin, you just want to get a light weapon out this turn.
right, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So if I draw, all I'm saying is like get the dagger out, either sheath or drop the sword and attack with the dagger for now. Is that right?
If
And
you
then
if you
next turn I'll be
sheathe the
able-
sword with your bonus action right now, you'll be able to draw a weapon next turn. If you drop the weapon, you'll have it in hand right now. It's up to you how you do it, but I'll give you the bonus action ability from.
Okay, all right. So okay, I'll just drop the greatsword then, and pull out the dagger, and
Oh wait, no, you don't even have it. There's no point, honestly. You need to pick up another dagger from somebody, basically, because javelins are not light weapons.
okay, shit. Okay, all right. Well, then yeah, there's no point. I just have to continue as I am, right?
Yeah, so I would say attack something that is a full hit point creature, not specifically the one that is wounded. Because it's next to impossible for you to hit with that greatsword and not kill these things. You've been over double damaging their health this entire time.
All right, yeah, I'll just attack. I suppose any one of the nearest with the greatsword.
That advice still goes for everybody else who has the potential to pull out 2 light weapons.
That's good to know, though, for the future. Assuming I survive this.
Which one are you attacking?
I don't know, the one to my southwest, I guess.
12 will kill it. Do you want to say anything out loud?
Yeah, I'll say because my back's obviously to
Romulus?
yeah, that's the one. Sorry. Are we having fun yet? That'll be the end of my turn.
And then we'll go to Romulus.
Indeed, we are. But I don't hear you singing. And I'll go for the one to the north of me. Let's see. We're gonna do the regular attack, and then we'll do a pole arm
Roll
attack.
a d20 for me. $11 will not hit. 9 is a miss. As you strike back, you feel your spear like just glancing off of the armor of Vox behind you.
Ah! You're getting in my way.
Actually, what's Romulus's dex?
He's at a 13 with a +1.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's getting pretty cozy in here, huh?
Get your own shield.
What a shit show of a spell list. Let's see. The druid's going to step forward, and as she starts to weave a spell in a language that I don't believe anybody will speak, but let me check real quick your languages. Yeah. So she starts to speak in a language that nobody properly understands, and a little bit of fire starts to form in her hand, and she is going to look towards Romulus and release the spell at a 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
Well, if it's gonna hit, I'm gonna have to actually look up the spell. And it deals 1d8. So she will deal 4 damage to you as the fire smacks into you. I will have her move first. And with that, it's going to go to some of the blights. The 6s are going to try to attack 3. Is Sarkis. So 1's on flee. I think these are all going to be misses, so they're all just moving in to close in on you. One is going to swing at Romulus. The next group of 5s is going to swing for Kavi. The first one is on Romulus. It's going to miss. These are all misses as well. And then the last group, Kavi, you will be up next. One is going to close in on Flea. It should hit with a 17, dealing 3 damage. One's going to swing on Kavi for a 17, dealing 3 piercing. The next is going to... What did I say? They're on 5s. Oh, that shouldn't be Kavi. 5 is Romulus. Yeah, that's filled up. They're going to go for closest. I think 1 can close in on... swing at Sarkis for a 17, dealing 3. And I think there's 1 more left who is going to... I think it can get down to Vox and swing.
I'll use my shield to impose disadvantage.
It'll actually close in on your range, too, if you want to attack it first. Or I guess it's really a choice between those two.
It is.
You see it moving in on you guys. A 5. Yeah, it's really... You can see the space that is clearly only next to him if something's trying to wade in, so it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll use the disadvantage. That's what I said.
Alrighty. So 14 and a 14. It's a 17 regardless. Is that a hit on you with Vox?
Did you say 17 to hit?
17, yep.
Yeah, that hits.
3 piercing damage. And it will go to Kavi.
Alright, I'm in the same boat.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I'm sorry. There is another arrival at the party. Another druid comes out and, raising his staff high above his head, he too lowers it, and there's a little bit more shuddering from inside of the vines of the vineyard, and a few more creatures a little bit larger than the last ones. And most of you would recognize these creatures for having, instead of hands, they almost have like claws with needles sticking out of them. And then it's on Kavi.
Alright, so I got injured by like 5 of them. So could I use Hellish Rebuke on the one that gave me 5 damage?
You've got to let me know when I call them out. I have no clue which one damaged you when, but you can Hellish Rebuke one of them.
Alright. I just didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, but you've got to. When I deal damage to you, like when I'm doing stuff, I'm almost always trying to finish it to get back to you guys. Because I don't want it to just be... I'm taking care of like 20 plus NPCs. It sucks, but just interrupt me. So it's a save?
It's a reaction to being damaged.
Yeah, but when you cast it, it's a save for them?
Yes.
Can you post it so I know it's a wisdom save, or is it a dexterity save? DC 14 dex, I rolled a 12, they've got a 13, that's gonna kill it. Roll a D5 for me. Or a D6. Just left to right. Excellent. And then it's back around to you, Kavi.
Alright. So I have the same issue with Vox where I have a martial weapon and 1 dagger. So I'm just going to use the rapier on the one directly north of me.
Gotcha. $13 will hit. 4 leaves it sappy?
Alright. I know Sarkis is below half, but is anyone else also below half?
I'm extremely bloodied at this point in time. I'm below a quarter.
Yeah, I've just hit half, but I'm nowhere near that bad.
So you've got 2 people you can see who are bloodied.
Yeah, I'm going to use Healing Word on Sarkis.
And then if that will end your turn after you cast Healing Word, roll a d20 for me. It will stay moving. Alrighty, so that's attacks from last turn. There's 3 sets here. Alright, first set's all rolling ones, so let's see him kill some twig blights. First one northeast of Kavi, it's going to hit another twig blight, dealing 5 damage. Kavi, roll any die. Evens is north of you, odd is east of you. And roll a d20 for me. I guess I should have had the d20 first to see if it dies first. Yeah, that'll kill it.
So I wasn't damaged for 5.
No, it was a 1 to hit, so it actually hit one of its friends. Next one is on Flea. Flea, roll any die for me to determine which one it's hitting. With a 14, it will hit, dealing 5 damage. So same thing. Roll a d20 first, Flea, and then another die if it's a high d20. Yeah, so that'll live. So let me know which one it is. It'll be odd is east of you, even is south of you. Next one is on Romulus. It's going to hit with a 13. Roll. No, not on you. This is hitting one of its friends.
Okay.
Roll a d20 for me to see if it survives. And then, yeah, now roll a even will be north of you, odd will be east of you. The last one, I think it's can't get to anybody. Yeah, I think it's gonna chase for Sarkis. All right, so next group is the 20 is a lone survivor. It's going to go for 2 is Sarkis, so it's just running out. And then the 19s, 1 is going for Flea, that's a Needle Blight. It has a 15 to hit you, Flea.
Yeah, armor class 14.
And it's going to deal 6 damage of piercing to you as it shoots its needles at you. And then a Twig Blight is on, let's see, it's going to go for 2 would be Vox, and a 15 should be a miss.
Yeah.
And then it's on Flea.
Double dagger attack.
$17 will hit.
And what do I do? Just roll damage twice?
Why would you roll twice?
Because I'm using 2 daggers, 1 in each hand, or no?
You had your bow last turn, so you can't just switch out to both daggers. Right now, you're either dropping your bow, and you can have both daggers out, but you can only make 1 dagger attack. Or you can... See, even giving the bonus action is overpowered, but you are switching this turn to move to daggers.
Okay, so I get 1 dagger hit then. Okay.
Yep. Which one are you going for?
The one directly to my south.
Alrighty. That will be a kill. Anything else? Any movement from you? It will go to a druid. Uh, 5 is looking for Flea, but it is out of range. I got 2 groups here before you come up, Sarkis, but you'll be next in the player rotation. First group is a big ol' miss with 3s. I'm just going to end up moving them afterward unless it matters to how you play things. I'll do it like off when I'm taking the time. The second group of 16s have a 22 to hit. So one's gonna hit Vox for 2 piercing damage. One is dead. Another is on Kavi, going to do 2 piercing damage. And then the last has to close. It is looking for 5 as fleet. So yeah, I'm just gonna move 17s. Otherwise, it is up to you. You can take your turn, Sarkis.
Did you say 2 piercing damage?
Yes.
For what again? Sorry, I kind of missed that.
2 piercing damage. They hit you. I'm trying to fly through stuff here because there's so many of these.
I just meant what was attacking me.
One of the blights that is on you. One of the twig blights. It's just clawing at you with twigs.
Yeah, but I mean it made armor class, right?
22 to hit you. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Can I go ahead and go?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go for the one that is southwest of me with my stick.
Yeah. I'm just gonna interrupt you for a second. That'll kill it. Most of those were of the ones that were misses were attacking Romulus and Vox. They are already surrounding you two. Most of the 17s are in combat with you two. But the crit, which one were you attacking?
Southwest one.
7 is yeah, that's its max hit points. That is a kill.
Oh, I critted, so it should definitely be a kill.
Yeah, but your two-handed damage was the 7. But yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna do a flurry of blows with my second. With my section, I'm gonna do flurry of blows.
It needs some hit points to get to that end of the turn roll where the crit is still like a kill.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said they had 7 hit points.
No, that's what I meant. Like the 7 was the number that it takes to kill them.
Okay, so I'm gonna do flurry of blows, unarmed attack against the one that is directly west of me. Misses, and then as I punch at that one, I will reach towards my chest, and you'll see a little red glow as I heal myself with the second one. And I'll do Hand of Healing. For 4.
Does anybody have 14 AC?
I do.
Alright, so the third group, if they are on... Nope, none of them are on Flee, so the third group's all misses. My bad, I assume that was the end of your turn there, Sarkis.
I was just gonna say, I'm trying to help, but I don't know if it's working. And that's the end of my turn.
So the first group has 20s to hit. They're doing 2 damage. One is on Sarkis, another is on Vox, and another is on Kavi. So Vox, Sarkis, and Kavi, all 3 of you should take 2 damage.
Affirmative.
The next group is a crit. They are dealing 6-7 damage. The 13s... Oh, shit. One of them is a Needle Blight. So he's dealing... Alright. Oh, 2 4s and 2 2s. So let's see. The twig... It is the last group. So one is shooting at Kavi, and that's going to do the needle damage, which is going to be 13 piercing damage. Then the twigs are word. The twigs are gonna... I think they're both gonna close in. Oh man, it's that same 2. They're both going to close in on Sarkis, and they're going to do 7 and then 7 to you, Sarkis. And then it's going to go to Vox.
Okay. If I use a spell, does that count as an action?
It should say whether the spell takes an action to cast. Some spells will take a bonus action to cast.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Never mind. Um. Okay. Okay. Probably just gonna have to use my lay on hands myself. For 19 hit points. It'll leave me with like 1 left over to bring me back up to max HP.
Do you have a bonus action? Otherwise, we will go to Rami.
No.
All right. After being set on fire, Rami would like to rage for a bonus action. And then he'll attack the one in the east with his action.
I believe that's going to auto kill.
And that'll be my turn.
The eastern one specifically was injured, and your main attack is pretty much a kill. You want to kill another one? The 2 east of you, basically. East and northeast.
I think I kind of looked ahead in the turn order, and I think he's the next one up. So I was gonna. That's why I targeted him anyway.
Well, regardless, your character should not have that knowledge. Please do not do that in
Fair
the future.
enough. Okay.
That's
All right,
a huge reason why I don't like having the list up there.
Fair enough. All right, I'll take the one to the left there.
Let's see. Druid's going to go for the closest target, Romulus. Going to again form a little bit of fire in her hand, and as she flings it out, is going to swing and a miss. I don't think anybody has 12 AC or lower. So this whole group, like this whole 3 groups, right? 3 groups? I guess there's kind of 4.
I ask a random question. If you're like surrounded by 9 guys, is that like the max that can attack you in a turn?
Yes,
Or, like-
like these things have a 5-foot range. They cannot attack like around their friends.
Okay.
Yeah, and the last one's a miss. So this whole next set, I am about to move the ones that have to move, but it is otherwise essentially on Kavi, which I guess you're down right now.
Yeah.
So just switch over to a whisper and send me a death save. Sarkis, you hear Kavi gasp for air. Almost like somebody's like standing on her, but she like a labored breath.
Hang on, Kavi.
Alright, so that's that group before Kavi. And then there's three groups here. Um, 5 and 11, those are all misses. And then 17's from group 1. And they're going for 4. Is Rami? So 1 is on Flea, so he's going to hit you with a 17, dealing 4 piercing damage. Another is on Romulus. He's swinging at you for a 17, dealing 4, so 2 piercing damage. And another is on Sarkis, swinging at you for 4 piercing damage. And then it will go to Flea.
Okay, do I know if it was a needle blight that just got me, or a regular guy, or just anyone?
I think that was a twig blight just attacking you. Yeah, the needle blight would have been shooting at you, but it missed.
Okay, so I have 2 attacks this time, correct?
Yep, you grabbed your daggers last time, so yep, you have your 2 daggers in hand. A 9 is a miss.
Do I roll the second one separately?
Always, yes. An attack is an attack. If you've got 2 of them, you're rolling 2 different attack throws.
Does an 11 hit?
11 is a miss. AC 13, 7 max hit points on these things.
And I can move up to 45 feet, right?
If your movement is 45 feet, then yes.
I'm staying put.
So these are all going at 4. Four is Kavi, so the closest. Druid number 1 is she was going for Flea. She's gonna go for Flea again. As she reaches out and starts to form a ball of fire, Flea, roll a die for me. It's got to be a D4 or higher. Yeah, a D4 would be great. 1 is the needle blight, and then it's just going clockwise around you from there. So it's going to hit the needle blight. Roll a D20 for me, Flea. And it just like smacks into the ground, like into one of the vines, like right before the needle blight. And then we've got a twig blight that is going to... I think it's just trying to close in on Flea. Romulus, roll a... I guess it can hit all of them, really. Roll a d6. 1, 2, 1, 2 is the one north of you. 5, 6 is the one east of you. So it hits the first. Roll a d20 for me. Needs a 10 to hit. It's going to miss. And then do the same thing for me, because it's another one that's on top of you. So a d6 and then a d20. It's just the one to the northwest of you is 1. And it's hitting the middle one. A 13 is a hit. It's dealing 5 damage. I think we'll kill that one northeast. Vox, one of the last of the 17s is on you. Let me have you roll a D4, and we're just going from your east is 1, south of you is 2, west of you is 4, and then a D20, Vox. So it's going to hit the one to east of you. A 10 will hit. It's a miss. So the 16s are all rolling. Oh, I did the wrong ones anyways. The 16s are all 19 to hit, and they're doing 5 damage. One is on Vox, dealing 5. One is going to rush towards Flea, and another is rushing towards Flea, and I think it can make it. But it cannot. And it should be to Sarkis.
All right. My bad. I'm really trying to figure out what to do here. I just need a second.
You're good.
Do we have any idea if the druids are like what's keeping these things alive? Like as if, or no?
There was no druids the last time you fought these creatures. You can roll an intelligence check. You're pretty confident that it does not take a druid for these things to survive. It takes a druid for these things to come alive.
That's good to.
All right, I am going to. Man.
You can yell that out to let everybody else know if you'd like.
This is how it ends. Even the killing the druids won't save us.
What did you say? Kill the druids?
And then I'm just gonna have to do. I have to do cure wounds on myself.
I think that'll leave you without a bonus action.
No, I still have bonus action. I always have bonus action. I'm gonna use a key point and take the dodge action.
Gotcha. Alrighty, so the next group of 14s are hitting on an 18. I believe that's going to hit everybody. Let me roll a double in case any of them are another 15. So they will hit even if they are attacking Sarkis. And they're hitting for 3. So the first one is on Sarkis, so it's going to attack at disadvantage and still hit. dealing 3 piercing. Another is on Vox. And the last is going to run towards Romulus, I think.
Can I hit him when he does?
He can make it to you, so yes, you can. Uh, 18 will hit. 7 will kill.
Well, it's 4.
You can roll a d20. Oh, wait, my bad. This one was actually injured from Kavi. 4 or 3 will actually kill it, so it's dead. X are super dead because it failed its constitution as well. So let's see. The 13s are going for 5, I think is Sarkis. Let's see. Oh, wait, the needles have specific characters. So one of they're gonna miss. Nobody has a 12. I think the lowest is Flea with the 14. So these are all misses. So a needle shooting at Romulus and kind of plinking off your armor. That one's dead. That one's gonna close in around Romulus. I guess I can make it around. And another one is going to take its shots at Sarkis. And then one is attacking Flea. And then the 12s are all nat 1s. So, Sarkis, roll a d10, ignoring the 10. And then a d20. So 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The one southwest of you. And roll 2d4 for me, Sarkis. 6 will kill. So 3, 4 damage. Roll a d20 for. That will kill. And then that was technically one of the ones that was hitting its friend. So roll another. Now roll a d. Oh wait, there's only 8 spaces around you. Roll a d8 and ignore the 8, and then a d20. So it's just hitting the one immediately to the west of you. 17 will hit, and those are dealing 4 damage. Roll another d20 for me. Yeah, 8's a kill. It's half. And another one's on you, Sarkis. Roll a there's now 6 on you, so roll a d6 and ignore the 6. So it's just the one to the northwest of you. A d20 and it's dealing 4. A 2's a miss. So it's on Vox.
Care. How many death saves rolls has Kavi had to do?
You don't know anything as a character about death saves.
Okay.
And inside of the battle that you're in, you don't really notice what's going on over there. You might notice that she's down. I'm not saying that, but you don't know whether she's done anything positively, whether she's done anything negatively about that. But part of why I play it like that, where people whisper their death saves to me, is because if your friend goes down and they're unconscious, if you care about people in your party, you should be running to save her right now.
Yeah. So annoying, it's just outside of range. Yeah, just give me 2 seconds to figure this out. How I'm gonna
You're good. Take your time. It's definitely, obviously, a high tension moment here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the disengage action and try and bust through this sort of direction to get towards Cavi. Oh, sorry, to my. I'll go through southeast or direction, disengage action, and hope it doesn't provoke too much reaction still, if that makes sense. I know it'll take some.
Roll an intimidation for me.
I don't know why it's taking so long to come.
What'd you roll?
I think it's 17, but I'm not sure because of the way it does it onto 2, on Roll20. It's showing 17 on my side on D&D and Beyond, but I don't know if that's each roll.
I see a 12 plus 7.
Nothing's come through side yet.
Wait, what'd you roll there? Did you roll 2d20? Or did
No,
you...
no. I rolled the intimidation 1d20 plus 5 for my modifier. There's 17, but then it says 2 rolls sent to VTT.
Yeah, try clicking intimidation again. I'm not sure why it's not going through. But I've got 3 that are gonna be able to attack. Okay, a 19, that's gonna eliminate it down to 2. So
this one now said, oh, why is it?
your
I shouldn't be-
persuasion is the same as intimidation, so that roll is perfectly functional.
Okay.
They're both going to hit you with a 22 and a 21 as they swing out. And they are going to do 4 damage and 2 damage to you.
Do anything else? Well, I'm just gonna scream out to, shout out to Cavi, hang in there, coming. That's it.
It'll go to Romulus.
Feathers for the arrows, strings for the bows.
Eight is a miss.
That was on the one in the north, and then we'll go to the hilt, the one in the east.
12s are misses.
All right.
So first is going to be a druid north of you. 6 is pick a target. It's going to form a little fireball as it flings it at Romulus. It is going to do a 17 should hit you. It is going to do 6 fire damage to you.
All right.
The next set of 6s are doing 9s to hit. There's 1 on Romulus, there's 1 on Sarkis, and 1 shooting its needles at Sarkis from the northeast. The 5s are going for Avi, so that's going to be choice. They're going for Sarkis. I think they're both on you. 1 is just off. And a 15 to hit you, Sarkis.
No, I missed.
15 misses, so they will both be misses. And then there's 2 more sets. So. So the next set's going to be 12s, which are misses from the 3s, which are...
Sorry to interrupt you, but can you roll disadvantage for those in case you get a 1 and have to attack your friends?
Oh yeah, what was that? It was
Dodging. It was
I
2
think the
attacks. 3
6s
attacks on
and
me?
the 5s. Yeah, so there was a 6 on you, and then 5s. So an 11 and a
You
4.
said a needle blight also.
Wait, what was that?
Oh, you said there was a needle blight shot at me also.
I'm doing all of the 6s, whether they're twigs or needles, together. I'm trying to reduce the number of... So, yeah, but it was like an 11 and a 4, so 14s and 7s to hit. So the 3s rolled the 12. Yeah, and 1's gonna close in on Rom. So 1's moving in on you, Romulus. 20 will hit.
These two are fallen, keep them from our foes.
7 will kill. So 4 damage. Roll a d20 for me. It pretty much needs a 10 plus to survive. That's a go for go. And then the 2 is a solo needle blight. I think he was looking at Vox. So he's going to close in. And as he shoots his needles, he will have an 18 to hit Vox. He is dealing 1, 2, 3, 4 damage to you, Vox. And then I think that will take us back to Kavi. I'm very sorry about how long this takes, Kavi, but can you send me a death save? Excellent. Vox, you hear as Kavi again takes a big gasp of air.
Hang in there, Kavi.
And then on to the 21s, 19s, and 20s. So 3 more groups before fleet. All right, so first group of 21s are all misses with a 3. I'm not sure if any are on Sarkis. 1 is on Sarkis, so at disadvantage, a 14. Let's see, the twig is on Sarkis, and that was the second group, which is an 18, so a 10. So that 1 is going to be a miss, but... Oh yeah, that's the only 20, so yeah, that miss is very important. And then the 19s, none are on Sarkis. So, but these are all going to be misses, so I'm just closing in. So Flea, you can start your turn. I think right now there's just a few going to close in on you before you go.
Okay, can you use inspiration to increase your chances at a disengagement?
No, not really. Your inspiration is effectively an ability to modify the roll of a d20.
Okay, thank you. First, I'm going for the one to the southwest.
I guess really, for what it's worth, as long as I'm making you do a an intimidation to set the DC for them to attack you, it is effective enough that yes, you can actually use the inspiration to affect your disengage. But I will 100% force that to be you have to use the inspiration before you roll. It's not going to let you modify it after you roll bad.
Absolutely. Now I can do that after I do my attacks because one of my bonus actions is disengagement.
You can do it after you do a attack, because with 2-weapon fighting, your second attack is your bonus action.
Fair enough. Here we go. Going for the one to the southwest.
Big ol' swing and a miss.
Disengaging towards the southwest, meaning
The direction in the long run doesn't matter. If you're leaving their range, that's all that matters. So once you do it, you're essentially moving, and I'm taking the attacks once you move away from them. So do an intimidation. You can do it at advantage if you'd like to use your inspiration. Inspiration well used. The next one.
How many intimidation checks do you need?
Those two are the advantage. It's the 2 and the 10, and you take the higher. I've got 2 that rolled below the 10. 4 are going to swing on you. Let's see. A 22 to hit you will do 2 piercing damage as you flee from them.
Okay, a walking speed of 30 feet translates to what as a running speed?
You've used your action, so you can only move 30 feet right now.
Okay.
Like, to run means you're using your action to dash. I believe you now have the ability to turn your bonus action into a dash, but you are effectively still that 30.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
All right, the next group is a 12 and a 13 to hit. Let's see if any are on Sarkis. The druid is casting. Oh wait, the druid would be a 13. Casting into 5 would be flee. So the druid's going to release a fireball at flee with a big ol' swing and a miss. Then let's see. Yeah, one of them's on Sarkis, so the disadvantaged is also a 9, so they're all 12s to hit, but I still think they miss you. And then with the group from 20 is on Sarkis, so at disadvantage is a 16, so they're taking the 10, still a miss with a 13. And then the 19, oh, I didn't roll for them. So big old 2s. One is going to go for flee. And the other is on Romulus. So it's... Oh shit, that was the wrong group. There was no third group there. Fuck. God damn it.
So many, it's so hard to keep track of, right?
Yeah, it's absurd. Well, I'm also trying to do them without just skipping every single time, because it's that extra step. So I should have been on the 17s. So one is closing in on... One swinging at Rami and missing, another swinging at Rami and missing. Another's going to close in on Rami if you want to take your attack as it moves in on.
I think I've already used my
If
reaction.
you've used it, you know better. I'm not even keeping
Yeah.
track of that stuff in the least bit right now. Another one swinging at Rami from 16, which is the 13 to hit, still a miss on you, I believe. And then the last of the 16s is moving in on Flea, and it can go to Sarkis.
I thought they only had 20 feet of movement.
They are running at you. By moving away from them, you prevent them from attacking. So you got some of the action economy on your side by running away, but it's not necessarily always going to be advantageous. but you are essentially putting up your intimidation against their ability to attack normally on their turn.
And go ahead, go.
Yep, it's on you, Sarkis.
Okay. All right, I'm going to attack the one directly south of me. I'm going to swing my stick around at my head and say, Fox, protect Kavi! We'll distract them! Here I am! Here I am!
You said directly south?
Yeah, I'll take the one on the south there.
10 is a kill, or 23 hits, 10 damage kills.
And then I'm going to do Flurry of Blows again. I'm just going for the one that's like southeast of me again.
Word.
So it should be, 5 damage to that one. And then with the second flurry, I'm gonna like pull the life force out of it and touch my chest again. Say, I need this more than you do.
After you roll your heal, roll a d20 for me.
It's gonna take me a second to find the freaking.
Oh, you're good. 15. Yeah, that's gonna survive.
All right, and I'm gonna heal 6.
All right, so the first two groups are going to be misses with a 7 and then a 9. So Twig slashing at you, Sarkis. Twig slashing at, it's going to go for Vot. Needle Blight shooting at Romulus is the first of the 9s, which are also misses. Twig slashing at Romulus. Twig gonna close in on Flea. Another on Romulus. Oh no, the one on Flea was the last. And then the 12s are all 18s to hit. The first of those is a needle, and I think it's shooting at Sarkis. It's going to do... Wait, a 3 is actually its target. So, yeah, Kavi's choice is going to go for Sarkis. And it's going to shoot into you, Sarkis, and it is going to do 5 piercing damage.
Deflect missiles. Not today, Twig.
So does that reduce it all the way? Don't you add like a positive to that 3?
It's reduced by 11, so I take 0 damage.
Gotcha. And then let's see, that was the 12. So the first was the needle. The next of the 12s is, I don't even see it, it's dead. And then the last is dead. On to Vox.
Okay, right, that last one behind me kind of changed my plan. Who is? I mean, I just need to look at the map at the minute. There's a light needle dude over here. Over here. Is that engaged with Sarkis at the minute?
It last shot at Sarkist, but that's one of the ones that is shooting needles like out of its fist.
Right.
I imagine him like that video game chick who's got like the sweet armor. She turns into, it's not Mega Man, but oh man, it's a fucking awesome character. But I think of them as having like that power fist, and they're just shooting out like this hail of needles.
Metroid?
Metroid sounds wrong. I know she's in like the Wii game where all of the characters battle. She's fucking awesome. She's
Samus Aran.
Yeah, Samus.
Is
Yep.
her name? Yeah, that's
Oh,
from Metroid. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyway. When I'm just going to walk you through what I was originally planning, but now with this new guy right behind me, it's going to slightly change that. I wanted to walk up to Kavi to heal her, but if I dropped my sword, would I be able to pull out my dagger and use that as an to chuck at one of these, or would that just mean I had the dagger ready?
What does your heal action take you?
My heal. So I was I was going to use cure wounds because I only have like 2 hit points worth of stay on hands left.
That's kind of what I was thinking, is almost any of unless you have healing word, which I didn't think that you chose, your heal is going to take your action, so you can't actually do anything with a dagger, even if it were in your hand. So I don't think there's really a reason to drop your sword.
Gotcha. Okay.
As far as things go, I think the best choice is to step right next to Kavi and heal her and get that action back in the action economy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. And now I'm going to take a reaction from the behind me.
He's going to swing with an 18 to hit, dealing 3 piercing damage to you.
I'm gonna move to this side of Kavi.
Yeah, human shield.
Well, no, not so much that. I'm just thinking about what's coming afterward. And then I'm gonna heal her with cure wounds.
And then use her as a human shield.
Yeah, no, I was thinking more to go after the blight because the dude on the left's only got like 5 hit points. I'm imagining the blighty dude got a bit more of a worthy target. Heals Kavi for 4. Sorry, it's not more.
Kavi, you are back in the game. I feel like Key has left the building.
Not
that
here.
sucks,
I was
man.
just like anything's better than dead.
Yeah, man, I rolled a 1, and luckily my modifier is at least 3.
That's the roughest part about actually knocking somebody out, is that all of a sudden their life becomes a d20. Anything else as a bonus? Otherwise, we're moving to Romulus.
Yeah, I want to be in range. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's me done.
All right. So it's the second win for bonus action.
That's not the straight 10, though, right? You've got a modifier on that as well?
Yeah, it's a +2, so it comes
Gotcha.
up to 12. And then we'll use let's see, we'll go on the, I think on the one on the south is damaged, so
Yeah,
we
south
will.
of you is at half.
Yeah, missed
And then
anyways.
east of you is at partial as well. Gotcha.
Second window, my man.
Druid is
Yeah,
going...
no, I didn't roll a 1 on it for once.
Druid's got a 4. It's going to look towards Vox. I'm not sure if it can make it. Oh, just in range. It's going to form a little ball of fire, and as it flings it out at you, Vox, I think it's going to hit your armor, because it's a 14 to hit, or a 15 to hit.
Oh, armor's 16.
Solid. So the fire just kind of plinks off of your armor, heating it up ever so much that it feels like a nice warm step in the sauna. And then the sixes have a 17 to hit. They're dealing 4 damage. There's one on Romulus, so 2 damage to Rami. The second one is on Sarkis, so 4 damage to Sarkis.
It's 16 though, right?
18's the hit. My bad. They rolled a 14.
17?
Yeah, 17. 17 to hit. My bad. Is a 17 a miss on you?
17 is a hit.
Gotcha. So yeah, 4 damage from the second one, and I think that's the end of the sixes. No, one of them is shooting. That is one shooting at Sarkis. So another one is going to be shooting at you, Sarkis. And it is dealing for 5 damage of piercing.
It's automatically 0.
That doesn't take your reaction? Because didn't you do the other one since your turn?
I don't think I've done one since my last turn.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think the other one is...
The other one shot me right before my turn. It was supposed to shoot Kavi.
No, the other one's right after your turn. It's right before Vox. So you would have just used it.
Affirmative.
And then the 5s are all on 12s. They are swinging from at Sarkis. Both of them are on Sarkis. And then 3s and 2s. 14 is the highest. It's going to be the 2 shooting at... That one is moving towards Vox. And a 14 is a miss on you. It's going to go to Kavi.
All right, I'm currently prone at the moment, correct?
You are indeed. Half your movement to stand.
All right, she's going to stand and she's actually going to cast Crowd of Madness on the druid.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Big ol' 8, I believe, is going to be a fail regardless. Shit wisdom, so it's a 10. 10 is a fail.
All right, that takes out my action, so I think it can only be used on her action.
Did you read that spell before you cast it? Specifically the center half of it kind of thing?
Yeah.
You realize that right now it is going to take 0 effect on that creature. Because there is nothing that it is in melee with, so it's going to get to act normally.
That's fine.
Are you sure you don't have something else that you'd like to do?
All my spells are crap.
You guys are right about to turn this combat, whether it's going downhill really quick or whether it's going to turn into your favor. But, like, you've eliminated a lot of the difficulties. You need stuff that is very effective right now. Do you have any other spell that is better than the Crown of Madness?
Heal yourself or kill something.
Yeah, did you say you have fire spells, or definitely heal yourself?
I could cast Dissonant Whispers on her.
Dissonant Whispers, I believe, deals damage. It's at least a start. I believe it deals 2d6. I think it's pretty effective.
It's actually 46.
Yeah, that's better than not doing anything with the spell.
You got this, Cavi.
So she failed. She'll take 13. You can switch off of the whisper right now. You're still whispering to me as well.
Dead.
Do you have a bonus action?
Yeah, she's actually just going to use Healing Word on herself.
You can't cast 2 spells.
Damn. Never mind then.
You sure you don't want to do something else that takes a bonus action and you probably have 3 or 4 more of? Or perhaps even remind us who the second person that you gave one of these things to that involves you drumming with your tail?
So I have a plan for the last Bardic Inspiration I'm going to use.
Gotcha. Who was the last person you gave it to? I feel like Sarkis has used his that was at the start. And who was the next person you gave it to?
Yeah, I think you gave it to me, and I used it for that one hit that missed still.
Okay, I got you.
Gave to Sarkis, Romulus, and Vox.
Alright, as long as they all remember. Because
Oh,
I use my-
it's one of the worst parts about not playing in person. Because in person, the bard can actively, like, hand a dice to a person. So it's sitting on their character sheet. So I believe that'll be the end of your turn there. Is that the end for you, Kavi? If it is, can you roll a d20 for me? Excellent. So group 1 is a 17 to hit. First closes in on Flea. The second one's going to strike out at Flea, dealing 5 piercing. The third is on Sarkis with a 17, dealing 5 piercing. And then group 20 is a 14 to hit. On Sarkis, it's, I think, a 14's a miss.
Yeah, so is that 3 twig blights that have shot me this turn then?
No, these are twigs slashing at you. I think the 2 needle... there's been 2 needle blights that have struck out at you already, that have shot you. But they're like right after your turn.
So you did not do piercing damage. It was not a needle blight. I got you. Okay.
Well, I think they all are dealing piercing damage. I just said it wrong. Like, it's not like a range attack.
I was just seeing because I still haven't a reaction yet. That's all.
And then 19s are, let's see, the first is a needle blight shooting its needle at Flea is a 20 to hit. It is dealing 4 piercing damage to you, Flea. And then the other is a twig on Romulus. It's going to hit you with a 20, dealing 3 damage, and I think you'll take 1.
Understood.
And it's on to Flea.
How was that druid looking? Did that look like it damaged her heavily at all, or not really?
It's like the first signs of her, like, face is kind of bleeding from the psychic attack. And that's one of the things where there's essentially 3 levels of them bleeding. But 13 damage is the... Oh, yeah, my bad. That was the whispered damage. 13 damage put her at the first level of, like, bloodied, essentially. It's not necessarily a large percentage of her health, but you guys would know that is effectively, like, the first level of their health.
Okay, Lee's going to go for the most westerly. But question: as they approach me, do I get an attack, a reaction attack in this situation, or no?
I don't think you would have a reason to. The reason Romulus gets them is from his Polar Mastery.
Okay.
I'm built different.
Who are you striking out at?
Southwest.
Just like west of you. 17's a hit.
Yeah.
For 7 damage. That's a kill.
Going for the one just north of him.
.24 is a hit, but not a crit. And that's going to be for 3 damage. Roll a d20. 4 or lower is a kill. He survives.
How can I only do 3 damage when even on a normal roll it's 1d4 plus 3?
2-weapon fighting does not add your ability modifier to the second attack for damage.
Great, thanks.
I think these are attacks from last time. Holy ones! I guess it's just 1/1. So the druid is going to reach out and shoot a fireball at you, Flea. Roll a d4 for me. We're just doing left to
see
right.
it.
What's that?
Do I see it?
Sure.
I'm going to use my last bardic inspiration to use cutting word.
Rolled a 1 and missed.
Yeah,
That's what he
like,
said.
don't cutting words this. This is hitting one of my creatures, one of the enemies.
Oh, okay, I thought it was hitting Flea.
It's attacking Flea.
I rolled a 2.
And roll a d20, so it's the one just north of you. .15 hits. So it's going to do 4 damage. Roll a d20 for me, Flea. This is probably a 10 plus. It will survive. So you see the creature directly north of you just get blasted by a fireball as she forms it in her hand and unleashes it into you all. Let's see. The next one is also on you, Flea. Roll a d6. 1, 2 is the left, 5, 6 is the right, and it is the creature to your northeast. And then a d20, it's the creature to its west, or its east, rather. A 10 is a hit. It's going to be a miss. Next one is on Romulus. Romulus, roll a d8, and we'll ignore the 8, and then a d20. So yeah, roll another d8. Roll another d8 for me. So 5 going clockwise. It's the one northwest of you. A 1 is a miss. It's another one on you, Rami. So roll another d8 and d20. It's actually 2 more on you. So it's going to be 3, and the 4 is a miss, and then it's another one on you, so another d20 and a d8. The d8's 1, so it'll be the one south of it, so 4 is a miss. 16, so these are off the ones. I think these are all misses, because the highest is a 14, so I think we're moving to Sarkis. But it's essentially another creature attacking Rami and missing. Another creature shooting its... oh wait, no, that one's going to close in. It rolled a 2, so it's going to look for Vox. It can make it. And then the last one is north of Lee. So yep, it'll go to Sarkis.
All right, I'm gonna just attack the southernmost one, south east, with my walking stick.
19 is a hit. 11 is a.
And then I'm going to.
As far as things go, if you notice that something is damaged, are you attacking with your walking stick against it still? I feel like
I'd rather attack anything not damaged.
yeah, I feel like your hands make more sense attacking something damaged. So I think the one southeast of you is the only that is injured.
We'll just do like the one that's west of me then. And then he's gonna yell out, "I can't hold on much longer!" And I'm gonna spend my last key point and do flurry of blows. And I'm gonna go against the one that's damaged.
13 to hit, 2 to kill. That will kill.
And then I'm gonna use my healing hand on myself one more time. So I'll like pull its life energy out and touch my chest one more time.
Is it Shadow Sun from Mortal Kombat who steals their souls?
Yeah, that's like what I.
Your soul is mine.
And that's it for me. Oh my gosh, finally not a 1. Woo!
Alrighty, so the next ones are on Sarkis with a 13 to hit. One is already on you, the other one's gonna close. And then we've got a Needle Blight shooting into Romulus with a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
It's going to deal 7 piercing damage to you, so 3 piercing. And then a Twig is on you, also with 16. It's going to deal 4, so 2. And then one's going to do an attack to flee with a 16. Did I say 16 to hit?
Yep, it's 16.
You did.
Alright.
Yep.
Yep, 16
Yeah,
to
you
hit
did.
on flee, dealing 4 damage of piercing. My bad. I just wanted to make sure I felt like I said 17 to Romulus, but it's a 16.
Lee is down.
And then the needle is going to, I think that was Kavi's needle. It's going to shoot into Kavi for a 13 to hit.
Ty?
Meets beats. And it's going to do 6 piercing damage to you.
Oh, damn.
Cutting words now!
You still have your cutting words?
Wait, I do have a cutting word.
Getting shot and getting hit when you are the healer is a great time to use cutting words. So I think it meets you, so all you have to do is use it, and you are successfully not getting hit.
I think I have to roll for like the damage subtraction.
I'm pretty sure cutting words subtracts from its attack roll.
I have to roll a d20 to figure out the subtraction.
Yeah, but my point is when you use cutting words and it meets your AC, all you have to do is roll a 1, and it's a successful miss.
Okay.
You can roll a 1.
And I think the needle was the last of them. That's Vox's needle.
I was gonna knock you down, wasn't it, Kavi?
Yeah, it was actually.
Okay. That's why I was. If it wasn't gonna knock you down, I was gonna tell you to use it on Flea, but
Yeah, but the one on Flea, I think, might be out of her range. And 60 feet, you could have. So one of the needle blights is going to shoot into Vox. I believe a 15 misses Vox.
Yep.
And that should go to the start of the next turn, and I am
Oh,
tempted
what
to.
I don't. I think was it not my turn? I don't think I've had a turn yet.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
Vox and I were still in
yeah.
between that group there.
Oh, that was a whole extra. Oh, my bad. It's because my list of initiative is like twice as long as the screen. I was at the bottom. So it goes to Vox.
Okay, cool. So I had something else in mind until this guy popped up right in front of my face. These down to. Okay. Don't know how many attack of opportunities.
I would say
Oh,
it is very much getting to the point where every attack of opportunity is a big risk, but
yeah.
sometimes it's the correct risk.
See, originally I was going to try and get a. It doesn't matter what I was going to do. I'm doing. So, I won't. I won't invoke an opportunity attack if I try and move to here. Oh shit.
Yeah, essentially, if you
To
stay in combat with
the other
that
side.
creature, you will not. And you will be able to attack the Needle Blight who's shooting with its fist.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do. Um. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go this side actually. And then I'll attack with my great sword. Waste. Okay, fine. Yeah, just attack straight with great sword. To light on. Oh,
It's a
it
good time
crit.
for a crit as you cut it in twain.
Is it? What is? Would the damage alone kill it? Okay, cool. All right, never mind. And yeah, I'm just gonna stay put. Yes.
Should go to Rami then.
Yeah.
All right. Rami's going to go to work for the one on the west first. Then we'll go to the one on the east.
14 hits. 2 is going to kill.
And that's my turn.
All right, so this druid was chasing down Vox, just got psyched by Kavi. It's going to form a fireball and throw it into Kavi with a 13 to hit you, Kavi.
Yes.
It's going to do 3 fire damage to you. The first of the 6 swinging on Sarkis with a 15 to hit for 5 damage.
This is
The second is going to shoot into Sarkis with a 15 to hit for... I mean, it doesn't matter. It's... Oh, shit. That was max damage. Nice little miss, though. I think it's max damage you still absorb. That one's dead. Dead. Not sure why that didn't move in on Flea. Flea is dead, so it's going to go for the closest target. I think it's going to go for Vot. And then the last one is attacking Romulus. What is this? The third set is a 5, so it's an 8 to hit is a big ol' miss. And the last one is shooting at Vox with a 16 to hit for 2, 6, 7 damage, but I think a 16's a miss on Vox.
Oh, 16 is Gamma Claw. That hit.
Alright, so for 7 damage.
Pretty beat up at this point.
So, my big question at this point is whether you all want to move forward right now, or if we want to actually stop at this start of the 12th round.
I'm game to keep going. I want to end this combat.
Yeah, we'll have to make new characters at the end of this anyway, so.
Gives us all week to build our characters.
Exactly.
New character fiesta! So
Yeah, the dead guy's good to go.
if
What is that
everybody,
goddamn robot?
if everybody's
Yeah.
still good to go, we will commence with Kavi.
I'm going to use Cure Wounds on myself.
Nice.
And I got nothing else.
One is swinging on Sarkis. I moved that one 6. One is swinging on Sarkis with a 7 is a big ol' miss. The other one is going to move up to Vox. The next is swinging on... Oh, that's the 20. It's a 2, so a 5 is a miss on Sarkis. Starting off the 19s. It's going to go for Vox. Shooting its blight needles is a 15 to hit you, Vox.
Misses.
And Lee, can you switch over to Whisper and send me a death saving throw? Do you see how to switch it, Flea?
All right, what was that?
Switch over to Whisper, just with the B at the bottom of the screen in Roll20. Switch that to Whisper, and then send me a death saving throw from Roll20 or from D&D Beyond. Yeah, I think everybody's a little bit too far away to really know what happened. The druid's going to move towards the south, form a little fireball, and release it towards Kavi with a 13 to hit.
Stop saying fireball. You're scaring me.
It's produce flame. It's a tiny little ball of fire.
I know.
Instead of fireball summons a font of fire.
Yeah, I could take a fireball right about now. That'd be fun.
Might actually help.
Yeah, exactly. Get our action economy back.
It has a 13 hits.
13 hits. It's going to do 4 fire damage to you. Let's see. First of the twigs on Romulus is swinging at him for 11, and it's going to miss. Another is going to swing, plinging off of his armor, and another. All of the 17s are on Romulus right now. Are going to swing and a miss off of you. One of the next is going to swing, and I think a 17 hits you, Romulus, as it gets
does.
underneath the armor, dealing 4 damage. I guess you don't actually have armor. As it gets underneath the ab and does 4 damage. So 2 damage to you. The next is going to swing on Vox for a 17, should do 4 piercing damage. And the last of the 16s is going to run for Vox. So it is on Sarkis.
Romulus, are you holding your ground? And I'm gonna try to look over my shoulder and see what shape Romulus looks like he's in.
He's still singing.
All right, great. I'm going to attack the blight that is to the most east of me. I hate the damn trees!
That will hit. 12 will kill. The blight to the west of you is Sappy.
I'm gonna like spin around real quick and try to tear out its innards. Damn it! That's it for me.
Let's see. The next two sets are a 9 and a 7, and then a 12. So let's see. One swinging on Sarkis is just kind of missing as he like ducks and weaves between those two. The one you just swiped at like swings at you as you're swinging at it, and you both kind of miss each other. The next one is shooting its needles into Romulus with a 7 is a big old miss. This just goes over the little bit of combat happening. The others are fighting, and this one will close in towards Vox. And the Needle Blight is dead. So it will go to Vox.
Okay. Well, I'm on my last legs as well now, so I have to just self. Sorry, Flea. Can't help. So I'm gonna just cast Cure Wound myself and pray it's not another shit roll.
Just as a side thing, before you actually cast this, 11's pretty solid. I'm going to throw out there, traditionally, it is very hard to out-heal damage in this game, and you always have to outweigh killing something versus trying to actually drop healing like that, because you've basically removed yourself for that turn, hoping that you come out with 11 hit points. Like, you don't lose 11 hit points in this rotation.
I had literally like 4 hit points left.
I just want to give the suggestion because D&D is not designed to like out heal damage.
Yeah, I know. I remember you saying it the other week. But I can almost guarantee I was going down next turn otherwise. Probably still will.
With that, if you don't have a bonus, it's going to go to Romulus.
All right. We're gonna work the north and then the south this time.
$14 hits, 5. I mean, realistically, you can roll the d20 for it anyways, because your bonus is going towards the. 5, 7. No, that'll kill it. And then the bonus towards the one in the 19 will hit. I think anything kills that one. Oh yeah, it was at 4. So yeah, 7 will kill.
Sweet. That's my turn.
Alrighty, and then coming up, another druid's forming a little. Oh yeah, he's still pissed at Kavi. Or yeah, he forms a little ball of fire. Definitely not a fireball. And as he throws it like a baseball towards Kavi, swing and a miss. And then a little blight is going to strike out at. That's a dead blight. The next one is the needle blight shooting at Sarkis with a 18 to hit. For I don't think it matters because you can use your reaction for 7 damage.
I'll block them with my stick.
So that's the 6 onto the 3. Are both moving towards. One is dead. One's going to close in on Vox. It is swinging at him with a 19, dealing 5 piercing damage. And then the last is Vox's Needle Blight. And it is going to miss as it shoots its needles out towards you. And it will go to Kavi. It's hard to tell whose splinters are who.
I cast healing word for Flea.
And Flea will gain consciousness with 5 hit points.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to attack the creature directly east of Vox.
Gotcha. 17 will hit, and an 8 will kill. So let's see. The first striking out at Vox is going to miss as its little twigs just kind of try to reach into your armor and cannot find a jink in the armor. The next will strike out at Sarkis with a 15 to hit for 3 damage.
Not on this day.
And then the Needle Blight, watching as Flea starts to breathe again, is going to start to shoot out its needles, and even before disadvantage comes into play here, is going to miss with a big ol' 5. And then the Twig Blight is going to try to strike out at Romulus and just kind of like miss your ankles while you're dancing in battle, fighting the twigs around you. Flea, technically I'm really bad at this, but you have to pick up your weapons. You drop everything when you go unconscious. So you can get up. Depending on how you played it, I think it's probably best to just draw your bow and leave your daggers on the ground.
That was the plan. What's the range of a needle blight? Do I happen to know that?
You've seen them attacking from many varied distances. I'm not sure how much it would matter. What are you trying to get at?
Can I take 30 feet of walking backwards and just plink with my bow since I've got plenty of range?
I'm going to say stop moving away from the party and try to stick with the party. I think you guys have gotten fucked most in this game by moving away from each other. And 2, I'm not letting you move off of the map. For all it matters here, south of you is brambles that will look like they will shred your flesh.
Good enough. I take it I do not get an attack this turn?
You lose half your movement standing up. You can pull your bow back out, free action. As far as I'm concerned, you've got an actual action. Take a shot. Just stop.
Going for the needle blight.
If you're gonna flee, flee towards your friends. You're still on Whisper, but that's a big ol' miss.
I'm done.
So the druid to the southeast is going to form a little ball of fire in its hand, and as it pitches it towards Vox, it's a 20 to hit for 4 fire damage. Twig Blight's going to close in, and as it comes around, it is going to strike out at Kavi with a 20 for 3 piercing damage. Then one is going to strike at Romulus's back as he strikes to the south and pierce into your back for 3. You will take 1 piercing. The next is dead. And the last is on Romulus, again, striking at your back. These are the 2 northern ones. As you're striking to the south, they're each going to pierce into your back for a total, between those 2, of 2 piercing damage. And then the 16s, one is on Rami. It is going to swing and a miss. Another is on Vox with a swing and a miss. And the other is on Vox with a swing and a miss. It will go to Sarkis.
All right, I'm going to go for the one that's northeast. Stick-on-stick combat. 6. 14 to hit for 6.
14 will hit, and you said east?
Yeah, like northeast. Yeah, sorry. The most eastward one that's on me. And then the west one is the one that's damaged.
Yeah, the west is pretty severely injured. If you hit it, you kill it.
Yeah, as that one like goes to like swing at me, I'm gonna try to punch it directly in its twig hand.
A what? Twig fight?
Tides of battle are turning! That was that.
Initiative? 17's a hit regardless.
Yeah, I hit with the 23 already. No, I rolled a 14 for the first one, 23 for the second, so both of them should be dead.
I got you. What was the initiative roll there?
I just accidentally clicked it. That was all. I just clicked my mouse because I was excited. And
oh wait, the first though was the 14 was for 6 damage. So I need you to roll a d20 on that one to see if it lives.
Gotcha. My bad. So d20.
I was gonna say we can take the 17 and let it live, but I'd rather see you roll low. But it seems to hold on. So again, like the one to the northeast is severely wounded.
Yeah, that's cool. It was a total accident click, but either way.
So the one northwest of you, Sarkis, is going to swing out. It should hit you, dealing 4 damage. Next one's dead. It's the end of the 4.
I actually do just a quick little move also. I just want to move up right there, not at a range, but...
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. Pretty much anytime I move away from your turn, if you have more stuff to do, you guys are welcome to let me know. Almost any time I'm moving away from your turn is just for expediency. But almost always I will skip that last ability to move at the end of your turn. The Needle Blight is going to try to shoot into Romulus, and it's just going to go wide as you're just like swinging side to side. You're just moving too fast for it. The Blight to your west, Romulus, also is incapable of hitting you. And the next Blight is going to close in on Kavi, swinging on her, and it will be a miss. It will go to Vot.
Okay, Vox is pretty much on his last legs now, and he shout out to, yeah, if anyone can heal me, and then he will attack with his great sword. The one that's just approached Kavi.
If this combat is successful, I don't think anybody has hit points to spare.
Good.
Hang on by a mustache!
Yeah, we're getting close to that point where healing people who are down is more important than healing people to keep hit points. Like, healing the next person in initiative so they're there to act is probably the most important thing that you guys can do right now. You said east of you?
No, east of Kavi. The one next to Kavi.
Gotcha. That is a swing and a kill.
And hit.
Off to Rami. All of the ones around you, Romulus, are at full health, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the work on the one in the northeast right now. With the spear. And then the one in the southwest with the bonus.
24 hits and kills for 8, and then southwest 21 will hit and 7 will kill.
Hey.
Poor Romulus has just been standing still for this whole fight. He's completely surrounded.
Holding the line.
almost
Holding
entire
the
time.
line.
And that's why I say you all need to like flee towards each other, is because his character is able to do that. If you guys were closer, a lot of these things might be erratically running between you guys, rather than once there's a certain point, I stop rolling to see who they're trying to attack, because you're far enough away that they can only make it to one person. And yeah, the druid is going to whip. Oh, my bad if you have anything else around me, but
Oh, I'm good.
the druid is going to form a ball of fire and fling it at Kavi as it goes wide, flying close to the other druid and also close to Flea. And then a needle blight is going to strike out at Sarkis. And I think you have a reaction, but it's going max damage, 9 damage. With a 15 to hit, does a 15 hit you, Sarkis?
No, 15 misses.
So no reaction needed. My bad. I should have said that. And
I didn't use my reaction.
what was that? My bad.
Did not use my reaction. I still
That's
have
correct. Yeah, that was a 15. It would have been a miss. And then a twig is going to move in, choosing between. It's going to go for Vox with a 16. I believe that's a miss on Vox for 4 damage.
No, that hits 16 Elm class.
All right, so 4 damage to you of piercing.
And I am down.
And then the needle blight is looking for Vox, so it's going to shoot 3 targets. So Rami's 1. Kavi, it's going to shoot you with a 19 will hit, and it's going to do 8 damage to you, Kavi.
That gets me down as well.
If both of you will switch back over to Whisper, but Kavi, can you send me a death saving throw? And also you will take a level of exhaustion.
Do I switch to Whisper?
There's like 2 red bees on your screen. One is in the bottom right. If you just switch to that, in the top, it will show you the Whisper function.
Is this on?
Oh, Kavi! Kavi falling under the attack of the needles. You will drop your rapier, but you see as Kavi starts to breathe and she's leaning on her hands on the ground, and she's just staring bullets at the needle blight to the right. That was the needle blight. Yeah, to the west of you.
So do I just have 1 then?
You still go down and you still gain the exhaustion.
Is that a nat 20 though?
Oh yeah, 1 hit point. Yeah, she nat 20.
Hooray!
That is the dice never lie, because this is not a good time to not have your bar. So yeah, that's the start of Kavi's turn. You can use essentially your free action to pick your rapier back up, half your movement to stand, and you've got a bunch of targets around you to strike out at. I think the 2 to the east of Vox look injured. The 1 to the southwest of you is at full health, depending on who you'd like to strike out at with your rapier. Or if you have healing, getting Vox up.
I'm gonna just get Vox up.
Gotcha. What spell do you have?
I'm gonna use Cure Wounds.
As far as I'm concerned, Heal Wounds is an action. You can use that to hold your action, and essentially wait until, essentially right before Vox's turn and heal him that way. The danger being in that is that you are waiting for that moment to heal him at the start of his turn. If you were to go down before that time, he would still be unconscious, rather than the chance that he gets knocked back down. It's up to you to choose, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does any...
The thing, you only have 1 hit point.
Not necessarily bad advice.
Alright, yeah, I'll heal myself because I can get Vox within like the next 3 rounds.
No, I meant healing now for sure. No, it's up to you, whatever you do.
I go down, we all suffer.
Yeah, this meant don't risk not healing now in case you get hit.
Oh my gosh, I can almost fit all of the combatants on a single screen. It's so dreamy. Nice heal. I mean, I think you guys have fought like 50-something needle blights at this point.
Jeez, yeah.
I don't really want to touch one of them.
We're committing genocide.
We get plenty of firewood from now on.
Yeah, the funny thing is those 19 torches weren't even from this. So yeah, after that cure, I believe that's the end of the turn for Cup.
Yeah, she'll just like stand up and grab her rapier.
46.
Yeah, I didn't even pay attention to the first group that I did. I just copy and pasted a bunch of them. But it was supposed to be like 30 were outside of the place, and then 24 came with the first druid. So let's see. The 21s are going to move up to Kavi. The first one is going to strike out with a 12 to hit.
Miss.
The next is striking at Sarkis, I believe also missing. And then another to the southeast of Sarkis is swinging and missing. The start of the 19s. Is Flea currently alive? Yes, I believe he is. So it is a 15 to hit Flea. I think that's a hit, and it's dealing 4 piercing damage to you, as that needle blight is shooting at you from the north. And then from the southeast of Romulus, the creature is striking out at you, and it is doing 3 piercing Romulus, so you'll take 1. And then it's on Flea.
Going for the needle blight to the north.
Is your bow attack different than the dagger? Because you should be on bows right now.
No, it's the same modifier.
Gotcha.
+5.
So that will be a swing and a miss.
Oh yeah.
The druid to the west, let's see, 1 would be Kavi, so even would be Flea, is going to form a ball of fire and fling it towards Flea with a 12 to hit. I believe that's a miss.
That is a miss.
And then Twig Blight from the southwest of Kavi is going to swing. I believe a 12 is a miss on you.
Yes.
Another will miss Romulus. And then, let's see, striking out at Kavi with a 13 for 5 damage. As a blight comes around and will swing on you. And I believe there's 1 more that's striking out at you. And again, it's going to be that 13 for 5 damage. So Vox, if you've switched to Whisper, can you send me a death saving throw? and then we'll go to Romulus in a second here.
Okay. How do I roll for that?
If you go into your health on D&D Beyond and reduce it to 0, and then click on your actual like health area, it should open up like a little bit of like a small window, like a pop-up, and you should see in the center a little red die between the success and the failures, and that red die rolls the death save. Excellent. Kavi, you see as Vox gasps for air, Sarkis flee. Romulus, you've got low passive perception. I think Romulus would be the one who doesn't really hear him like gasp for air from that.
Yeah, probably
Then
not.
we'll go to Romulus.
All right, going to work on the one in the southeast.
"24 will
Hey.
hit, and 7 will kill."
And then the northwest.
Nobody to injure on your team. You hit nobody, but you miss the blight.
All right.
Let's see. Kavi, did you go back down? Are you still standing?
Yeah, barely, but I'm alive.
Yeah, you pissed off that druid, though. It's still trying to kill you. It's going to fling a ball of fire at you, dealing 2 fire damage. Needle Blight shooting into Sarkis is going to hit, and I think you can reduce it, but it's going to deal 8 piercing damage to you.
We'll block it with my staff and look at him and say, "I'm coming for you!"
And then Twig Blight is going to... Vox is still down, right? Yes. It's going to run back to Flea, swinging it Flea for... it'll hit, dealing 2 piercing damage to you.
Lee is down.
And then the needle is going to fire into... Let's see. 1 is Rami, 2 is Sarkis. Into Sarkis with a 15 to hit, dealing 4 piercing. I think 15's a miss, though.
Thank God.
And it's going to go to Kavi.
Use Cure Wounds on Vox.
Stand and fight, you fool! I think without inspiration, no bonus actions.
Yeah, and disengages an action in itself, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, kind of stuck.
So a twig blight from your west, Kavi, is going to strike you, dealing 3 piercing damage. And 17 hits Sarkis. It'll do 3 piercing to you from the south.
I'm down again.
You just hit me for 3, right?
Yeah, both of you would get hit for that same 3, essentially.
Okay, yeah, cool.
And then these are the big ones where the dice are going to determine the battle. 15, I believe we determined misses Sarkis.
Affirmative.
Flea, you said you went down on the last one?
Yep. Need a saving throw?
No. I'm just looking at targets on that needle blight. So right now, Vox is breathing and Sarkis. So it's going to go for Vox. But Vox is prone, right? At disadvantage?
Yeah.
7 is a 10. It's going to miss you. And then Rami killed that twig. It is on Flea. So if you can switch back to Whisper and send me a death save from Flea. Oh, I think if you went down your second time, you'll have a level of exhaustion. And I think Key, you are now at a third level.
Is it when you get to level 5 that you die from exhaustion?
Level
Yeah.
6.
Okay.
It gets worse before that, anyways.
Yeah, it gets pretty
Yeah.
bad before. I mean, there's a certain point. Third, I think, is
Your
where you're at
movement becomes zero.
disadvantage. Oh yeah, maybe third is actually your movement is reduced by half right now. I'm actually looking it up right now. Yeah, so right now, Kavi, level 2 is speed is halved. Level 3 is your disadvantage on your attack and saving throws. Flea, you gasp for air.
Vox back standing again?
Vox is prone, but he is conscious.
Javi is down.
Yeah, and Kavi's back down.
And Flea is down. Okay.
And Flea. The druid is going to form a ball of fire and fling it towards... I think it'd go for Vox, even without disadvantage. It's a big old miss. The twig blight to the west of you, Vox, will be advantage. 2 5s is going to miss. Then swinging at Romulus, the twig blight to the northwest of you will miss. And then the 16. So who's conscious there? Vox is? Vox, roll a d6 for me. The blight from the northwest is hitting a friend. 1 is going to be west of you, and we're going clockwise. So 1, 2 is the one west of you. And then roll a d20 as well. I guess really that's a great... Oh, yeah, they're on Whisper. So it's going to strike the one to the south of it, to the west of you. Roll a d20 for me, Vox. You need a 10 to hit. 10 deals 5 damage. Swing and a miss. And then, let's see, that was that one. No, wait. Was the first of the 16s, the second of the 16. Also one on you. So, Vox, if you will roll another d20 for me. Let's see if it hits before I have you roll which one. And if you hit with a 10 or higher, roll a d6. And it's going clockwise from the one west of you if you have to roll the d6. 12 hits, roll the d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then follow it with a d20 for me. You're going to hit the one north of it to the west of Kavi. And to see if it kills, 5 damage is a 15 plus to stay alive.
So,
Never mind, that one's got 3 damage on it. 5 damage is a kill.
Wait, do I need to roll anymore?
Nope.
Okay.
That was a good time to roll for that creature. Oh yeah, the one east of you as well, Vox, is injured. Those 2 were injured. That was a great time for a self-hit. And then let's see, I think that was 16 going to Sarkis. Wait, why is... Oh, because you've rolled a separate initiative on Sarkis.
Yeah, that was an accident. I'm sorry. I
No, that was like hours ago, I feel like, and I just now noticed it says 21.
Romulus, it's just you and me now. It was a pleasure to do battle with you.
We're already dead.
And I'm gonna swing at the. If I'm not mistaken, the bottom east one is the damaged one.
Yep, southeast is Sappy.
All right, I'm gonna try to smoke the one directly south of me.
$19 hits, 10 damage will kill.
All right, and now I'm gonna punch the one that's damaged already. For Sparta!
11's a miss.
Damn it.
You said you used Kavi's inspiration before?
Yeah.
Am I correct? Does Vox still have one? And Romulus has used his?
Yeah, I think so because I never used it.
That's clutch to remember if you come close to hitting something. Maybe not on one of the weakest guys, but if you can get away from those, it may be, but you do have that extra d6 when it comes down to it. So moving away from Sarkis, we've got the 14. Oh wait, I already rolled that. Fuck, I feel like that one was a low die.
Vox, that was just for flavor. I know you're like still alive but down, and I feel like in my condition I wouldn't have been able to tell.
I think the
It's all
one southwest of you, Sarkis, is going to swing and a miss. Needle Blight is going to start to shoot some needles at Romulus. I believe a 15 misses Romulus.
15 hits.
It is dealing 1, 2, 3 damage, so 1 damage to you. And then the Twig Blight to your west is going to strike at you, dealing 2 damage, so 1 damage. And it will go to Vox. Basically, you're at, like, your sword's on the ground below you. You can pick it up with a free action, stand up with half your movement, and then do what you'd like.
Okay, so Vox is gonna first of all raise his head, kind of having ringing in his ears, kind of like imagine a scene out of Saving Private Ryan when someone's unconscious and he wakes up and it's just an absolute mess all around him. He looks over his shoulder and sees Kavi unconscious, not understanding what on earth has happened, fearing the worst, and now climbs to his feet, but is torn between knowing what to do next. I have 1 cure wounds left, but if I use it, Gavi gonna go down, and I don't know how long I'm gonna be standing for either. Plus, these enemies around me, I don't know what to do.
That is the type of stuff where you guys can discuss strategy, because it should be fireside talks that you have with each other. You should have an idea about strategy in these dire circumstances. I will flip a timer if you guys want to take a moment to give Vox some advice.
Any advice, guys?
I mean, I only have 1 spell slot left. So if you wanted, so if someone else,
Don't become the healer that only heals himself. That's a bad stigma to live down.
No, I wouldn't use it for myself. If I was going to do anything other than curing Kavi right now, I would be going for one of those blights near me. But otherwise, I don't know what the hell else to do.
How many hit points do you have, Vox?
6.
And you still have 2 single points of your special ability?
No. What you mean, my divine smite?
Yeah, you used 18 points of your healing.
Oh, yeah, shit, that's right. I forgot about that.
But don't use it now, but knowing that you still have the ability to spend your action to get somebody back up with 1 hit point, I think the best thing to do right now... You have how many hit points?
I think he also used 19 before. I think you left
No,
1.
yeah, I
Yeah, you said one.
miscounted. I miscounted. I actually had like 11 hit points. It was 17 to cure, so it's left me with.
Rapier is a light finesse weapon, right?
Yeah.
Marshall.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh shit, Sarkis is about to tell you to steal her weapon.
Use your free action to pick up Kavi's rapier and double attack.
It's not a light weapon,
But
though.
it's-
Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I could have double wielded my dagger earlier.
The
Oh, pick up her dagger then. Pick up her dagger.
if it wasn't in her hand, she doesn't really drop it. But that's kind of a vagary. But make a decision quick. That timer is essentially up.
Okay, I mean, I have a dagger on me that I could even drop for Kavi, but like, if I heal her and based on where she's in initiative, like she's just gonna go down. I don't know.
No, I'm saying I think you should use your free action to pick up her dagger and then double dagger attack.
Can I do that? Would that be possible?
You're not going to be able to get a double a double attack this turn regardless, because you're starting with your hands empty. So there is a certain level of you can move towards it. You can roll a perception check for free to see if you can see Kavi's dagger with a DC of 11. If you
Well,
roll,
it doesn't help anyway. You can't use 2 attacks this time.
well,
Yeah,
he can
exactly.
set himself up to it though, and these things have low hit points, so it's viable. It's
But I'll be dead by next turn anyway.
realistically, the dagger is probably the only weapon that is not really worth doing it, because these things have, like, 4 is the start of their big threshold where they're likely to die, and that's its max damage. Versus some of the other ones actually give you a little bit better damage chances.
Now I have +3 modifier, I think, on my attack.
But the
I still-
offhand attack doesn't get that actual strength modifier. That's part of why
yeah.
it's extra damage to a second target. There's a lot of viability to how important it could be for you to be taking 2 attacks, but it's not necessarily the panacea that you guys need right now.
He just went down, right?
Yeah. Or should I just? I know. I mean, I don't really want to do this, but should I heal myself and attack, and then afterwards use my lay on hands to get?
I don't think you can
Kavi
heal
back
yourself right now and have anything to deal damage with.
No, I know that. But I don't know if I got enough. I don't know. Survivability went max 11 hit points to be able to add, and then I could use the 3 on my lay on hands to get Kavi up afterwards, hoping that.
There's no good answer here, man. It's gonna be just luck of the dice. So honestly, just do what you feel, man.
I mean, another option is just picking me up, disengaging, and heading anywhere between like Romulus or Sarkis. Is another option.
Do I do that? Yeah.
You're not getting anywhere if you carry her, even if I let you pick somebody up. But realistically, picking somebody up is the grapple action, so you're not disengaging and picking somebody up. You guys need to choose right now whether you need to kill stuff or whether you want to try to heal to get somebody in the action economy. Make a decision right now, Vox. Heal her or attack. Do what feels right.
Alright, fuck it.
So as he does the heal, I believe that's essentially the end of his turn, and it will go to Romulus.
Well, before Romulus goes down, he's going to make something bleed. So he's going to move over to the druid, and he'll take the attack of opportunities.
I believe 1's going to hit you, and it's going to hit you for 4 damage. So 2 damage.
Noted. And then, yeah, we're going to try to go to work on this druid. And then... I don't know if either of those hit.
The 1 is definitely going to miss. The 10 is also going to miss. As you get closer to this druid, it seems like it almost has wood for flesh.
No, jeez. All right.
It's the only spell the druids have that is remotely good. You know they walked out here with bark skin already on.
I'm going to start light a torch next time.
All I was screaming to myself, though, is don't kill that druid now. I rolled a 1 for it already. So it is going to, as it forms the little ball of fire in its hand, it is going to try to shoot it out as you run up. At the last moment, it's going to kind of like Tron style, like redirecting in its hand, trying to fling it at you. It is going to blast into that needle blight right next to you. I need you to roll a d20 for me, Romulus. Roll a 8 or better for a hit, and I believe a kill.
No, I will not. Don't tell me what to do.
It swings like right between you and that needle blight with a big ol' miss. The Needle Blight north of Sarkis is going to shoot into him. Both of them, or the needles missing as they fly around. Flea, you are currently down.
I am down. Sending a death roll.
Nope, not quite yet. These creatures aren't like murderous fiends. They're not attacking any of you while you are down. I'm not sure if you noticed that in the least bit. I hope you did.
Yeah.
It's going to run up south of Vox using its movement. The Needle Blight is going to try to shoot into Romulus at disadvantage. The first roll is a 4, doesn't need any help missing. And it's going to go to Kavi.
So I'm prone and disadvantaged.
Well, I mean, you can stand up. You don't have to be at disadvantage.
Well, I mean, like level 3 puts me at disadvantage for like attacks, right?
Oh, yeah. But if you stay prone, things that attack you from right next to you have advantage to hit you, and they auto-crit. You do not want to stay on the ground.
Yeah, no, I was definitely going to get up.
Do you have any spells that cause a saving throw?
I have a spell that gets rid of death saving throws.
Nope. Did you take Cutting Words? Wait, not Cutting Words. The one that makes fun of people?
Vicious Mockery?
Yeah.
I have it.
Vicious Mockery is a fucking awesome spell, Kavi.
I've been trying to use it, but I can't use 2 spells in one turn.
It is an awesome spell. I don't want to specifically put things into your mind, but I would use Vicious Mockery long before I use a rapier, unless you're actually a combat bard, because you give something disadvantage and reduce its chance to apply damage to your team. So at this point, there's a creature to the southeast of you that is injured. You can either use Vicious Mockery on that and try to kill it. You could Vicious Mockery the druid to the southeast of you. You could Vicious Mockery the Needle Blight north of Sarkis. There's a lot of different targets that dropping a Vicious Mockery into might be a great idea. That's just one thing, that it makes them do a saving throw, and the fact that you are now at a disadvantage doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm going to do it. I'm going to use it directly on the one directly west of Vox.
All right, going for the kill. It's a Wisdom saving throw on Vicious Mockery. Rolls a 3, so roll your d4. For 3 damage, it has 4 hit points. That's a kill. I don't believe you have a bonus, so the next twig on Sarkis is going to miss. The Needle Blight is... Ooh, what's its target? Vox and Kavi are up right now, and Sarkis, so 1 is Sarkis, and 5-6 is Vox. It's going to go for Vox with a 14 to hit, I believe is going to miss you, Vox.
Yeah, miss.
And then that's going to go to Flea. You are down. If you're still set on Whisper, send me a death saving throw. And Kavi, you're still on Whisper. You can turn that off.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
Sarkis, what's your passive perception?
15!
You see as Sarkis coughs up a little bit of blood. Kavi and Vox would both notice as well.
That was his first death save, though, right?
I think it was his second on this go, but yes. And I think you heard him gasp for air last time.
Okay, I got you.
You mean Flea, right?
Yeah, my bad. Flea. Yep. My bad.
Lee, did you just get knocked down, or did you already do? Was that your second death save?
It was his second death save.
Okay. So at this point in time, it's safe to assume it's 1-1. All right.
So the druid is aiming at wants Romulus. I feel like Romulus might be too far away.
Could
Yeah.
always come a little closer.
As it sees you going for its friend, I forget which was the male, which was the female. That was a mistake. Just enough distance. It is going to form a ball of fire in its hand, and once again I rolled a 1. Roll a d20 for me, Romulus, and then a even will be the druid, odd is the blight, so it's going to hit the blight. It is hitting for 8 damage. I think that's going to kill the blight. No, the blight has more hit points. Roll a d20 to see if the blight lives. That one has let's see, 8. It is not weak. No damage. Damn. Less than half. So I don't think it's at the 10. I think that's a pass. Let's see. And then it's going to go to the twig, which Vox and Kavi are now conscious. It doesn't matter. It's a 2 to hit. So it's going to miss with a 5. And then one's going to move up to Romulus, closing the distance. You will have a chance to... Oh my god. Swing and a miss. And then another...
That's your second 1 in 400 chance roll tonight, Romulus.
I know. I should buy a lottery ticket.
No, you'll just lose.
Really, really well.
Another striking out at Kavi is going to miss from her west. And then the last of the 16s is already dead. It's on Sarkis.
All right, so as I purvey the party, if I glance back over my shoulder one more time, how bad does Romulus look right now?
He is having the time of his life. He's got the biggest grin on his face. He is loving this.
Oh, yeah.
He's never seen so many dead sticks.
All right, I am stick attacking the one directly, what is it, southeast of me, the unhurt one.
Southeast is injured. Southwest is unhurt.
Yeah, you know what I meant. Southwest, the uninjured one, I want to attack first.
$11 is a miss.
No! Can I use my inspiration on that?
Like the normal inspiration, you can roll an extra d20.
On Sarkis, we need this!
Using inspirations for attacks and not dying is always a welcome. 25 will hit, 10 will kill.
Alright, and then I gotta punch the other one.
Sarkis not bound up in combat right now might be a game changer that survives the party.
So as he smacks it with the stick, he's gonna turn around and say, absolutely nothing. He's just gonna clench his teeth and try to punch straight through its chest. No!
Ben, I really wish I created a rage counter for you. I can't believe this is on turn 16, but you waited so long to use that. I feel like it's probably maybe like turn 10 that you used it, but wow.
Oh yeah. I've still got another one of those though. Let me know when I need to drop that one.
I hope this doesn't go long enough that I feel like it is, but it was
No,
definitely
I
just
think
a
you're right.
weird
I think we're
turn.
coming up on 10 for the raids.
No,
I'll
I
drop it
was
next
thinking.
turn.
I thought you used it on 10 because I felt like it was late
Yeah.
in the
No, yeah,
battle.
I did hold off until the second druid appeared. So
Yeah, I think I brought the second druid in on like 7 or 8. So if it was when the second druid came, but I felt like it was even a little after that. So the 14s, that one's. Ooh, 14's off the board. I'm actually getting to shrink the initiative thing. 13 is shooting needles into Romulus and missing. And then the next is going to close the gap. I feel like you already took the reaction when it moved in.
yeah, I've already got the reaction gun.
And then that'll take it to Vox.
So, just what a check-in. I mean, I'm not planning on using it, or may even be able to use it, but at all. But inspiration. What are the uses I could use?
It is vaguely like having the lucky ability, for what it's worth, where you get to roll an extra d20, but it is basically giving you an option to you can always use it when you're rolling a d20 before you roll, to essentially roll the 2 dice and you pick whichever one you would like to use. Sometimes I will allow you to roll it after an attack to get another chance to use it. But not always. That's one of those things where there are certain times that it's not just going to get you out, like in that moment.
Gotcha. What about, could it ever be used defensively, like if someone was attacking you?
Like if you were making a saving throw, yes, but you can't use it to like reduce somebody's attack. Lucky itself allows you to basically swap like a low die that you roll. Like I think Lucky lets you roll the die and you can choose the lower of the two. You can't use it like that. But there are. It's essentially inspiration is for you to succeed.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna do something pretty crazy. So I'm backs against the wall. Point. I'm gonna move between these 2 blights right at the bottom with me, so I'm in melee range of druid.
The one to the northwest of you is going to reach out. It is going to hit
Oh,
you.
I forgot about it. Yeah.
You just forgot about it? Or did
I
you?
actually forgot, but fuck it.
It's going to deal 5 damage to you, piercing.
Oh, okay, fine. That puts me down to 1 HP, I think. Yeah, this is like my last final attack.
Kill the druid. Kill the druid.
Basically stupid.
Yeah, that asking at 10:30 is really gone a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna first of all use my Vow of Enmity as my bonus action on.
Taking advantage.
Yeah. Then I'm going to attack with sword on the. Do I abjure as is that right one? Sorry, 1 second.
If I understand correctly, Vow of Enmity is giving yourself advantage against that druid.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Gotta say something cool. It helps you to kill it with the 1 strike.
Oh man, that would be sweet.
It's a good thing you have an advantage because a 12 is a miss, but an 18 hits.
And I'm gonna use my. Oh no! Fuck! I can't. I use my last spell slot, so I can't even divine. Let me just check. I think yeah, I used my last one. Yes, I am not thinking straight at this point. So yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's me done.
All right.
Before you go, let's see, 10. Yeah. Roll a d20 for me, Vox. A 4 or under, the druid falls.
God, no pressure.
All right, there you go, Rami.
All right. Kill the druid. Kill the druid. I like that song.
14 stabs right into the wood, and you hear just this hollow ring. 20
How
will
about
hit
that? I'm
with
gonna
the smack,
push it in a little bit harder there.
dealing 7. I believe that's the end of your turn. Roll a d20 for me. It's going to need a 9 or better. That's a kill.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's where you want the 1.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
That one was next. Believe it was going to fail to hit you regardless there, but now it doesn't get the chance. All right, so Needle Blight is looking towards Sarkis. I believe it's going to hit you. It's going to deal 7 damage to you, piercing Sarkis, as it shoots its needles.
Which one was that?
Northwest of you.
All right. As that happens, I'm gonna block it with my staff, and I'm gonna look over my shoulder and yell, "Flee! If you can hear me, hold on!"
Then a Twig Blight is going to swing at Vox as its twigs just kind of clink off of his armor. And the Needle Blight is going to step back from Romulus as it tries to shoot at you.
All right. Do I get an opportunity
Almost
attack?
certainly.
Oh, good.
17 will hit, and an 8 will kill.
I like it when they're running away. Much easier to kill them.
And I believe that's going to take us around to Kavi.
How is the druid looking?
She's showing signs of being injured. It's like the first little bouts of blood. She's not looking rough, though.
Alright, so I'm going to cast Tasha Sidious Laugher just to make her prone.
I think that's another wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
10 plus 2 is a 12. I think your DC is 14. She falls to the ground laughing. Can you actually post Tasha's for me, though? Alrighty. And I believe that'll be the end of your turn from Kavi.
Yes.
Twig Blight striking out at Sarkis is going to just kind of miss as you like dance quickly around it. Flea is unconscious right now.
Yeah, he's still down.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right. The needle blight is going to shoot at. I think it's the same. 1-2 is Sarkis. 5-6 is Vox. 4. It's going to shoot at Kavi. An 8 is going to miss with an 11. And then Flea, if you can send me a death save, you won't roll a 20. You hear again as Flea gasps for air. Let's see. The druid is going to stop laughing as it looks up at Kavi. You evil bitch. And it is still prone on the ground. It's going to go to a twig blow. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 is Kavi. It's going to strike out at Kavi with a 10 as a miss. Another twig blight is going to miss Romulus. And then the 16s are, it has a 16 to hit Kavi for 2 damage. And it's on Sarkis.
I forgot to completely figure out what my healing was.
Sarkis will go to swing at the twig blight in combat with him, and when he does, he'll let out a shriek. Oh, my stomach! And he'll fall prone, and then you'll just hear, and he lets out the biggest fart you've heard from him yet, and he just disappears in a cloud of green smoke.
Kavi, you should have been at 7 hit points.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you.
He reappears right next to Flea, still prone.
Did
And
you
I will
just
cast
fart power a
It's called a
dimension
fart
door,
report.
Misty step?
Nice.
step and appear next to Flea, still prone, and I will use my action to make a medicine check on him.
Do you have a kit? That's just with nothing. So 20, you will stabilize him. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you don't have the healer's feet. So yeah, he's just
No, I don't have the healer's kit, but I'm +5, so I knew I was like anything but like 1 through 4, and he was going to be okay.
So Flea, you are essentially just at 0 hit points right now, but you are neither rolling death saves nor at risk of failing specifically.
I'm still unconscious though, right?
You are indeed. At that point, you are pretty much out of this combat until things swing one way or another, unless somebody is actually able to heal you, but you do not risk dying outright.
Thank you, Sarkis.
The next needle blight is going to shoot into... Is that out of
I actually want to crawl if I can. Those needle blight. Okay. Oh, never mind. It won't matter because he'll be at disadvantage to shoot me if I'm still down. Okay.
Yeah, if you're prone, like the things that are within range of attacking you, they are shooting. So being prone where you're at isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. The disadvantage.
Just as far as mechanics go, I'm probably going to test this. Oh shit, those things roll 2d6. I've been rolling 2d4. They have claw attacks, so I'm probably going to roll to see if it is smart enough to do that, to see. So it is still a risk to be prone. You guys, I think, have only seen them attack with their needles. I just kind of forgot that they deal more damage, and that's why I was doing it. Like, it's not specifically locked into having that disadvantage.
Yeah, we've only ever seen him shoot, though, so everything I know about these creatures tells me it's not going to run over and try to punch me all of a sudden.
So yeah, the next Needle Blight is going to be shooting into Romulus with a 12 as a miss. A Twig Blight is going to strike at him and from the south, and it's going to swing and a miss, and it's going to go to Vox.
Okay, Vox is just gonna continue his attack on this druid with his greatsword.
You're at advantage. If you hit, it's a crit.
Okay, here's hope.
Red. No red, Vox.
Oh, and
Oh,
it
shit.
critted anyways.
Great anyway, nice. Okay, I kind of wish I
So
really...
dealing 18. Yeah, that's just going to be a kill. How do you want to kill that druid who is basically on the ground staring at Kavi saying, "You bitch"?
I'm gonna... I'd probably be leaning on my sword because I'm on 1 HP at this point. And I'll just look at her and I'll...
Well, let me pause you for a second. Hit points are not like a scale of your health. Hit points are your heroic ability to ignore being injured. So 1 hit point means you're up and fighting. It means nothing about how healthy or how unhealthy you are at this point. But you can still flavor it how you'd like here.
Okay, yeah, for flavoring then, like I'm kind of been leaning on my sword at this point, and hearing that aimed at Kavi, I pick my blade up and I literally do a kind of like an uppercutted swing at the druid's neck, trying to sever its head off.
And as you do, you swing, feel the ever so slightest notch of a vertebrae, and then it gives way. The head pops up a little bit with your upward stroke and rolls forward at your feet.
And with that, I go back to the sword by my side, almost crutch leaning.
And I believe we'll go to Romulus.
All right, back to the dirty work. Going to the one on the west.
Yeah, they are both full hit points at this point.
And then we'll go to the one on the south.
18 will hit, 7 will kill.
And that's it.
I think right now there's
Actually, I'll go on and move here.
So that one
I'm
will swing
taking
out at
advantage.
you and is going to miss.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. That was a pre-roll die that I just rolled. So let's see. The Needle Blight above you, as you're like moving in between it and its targets, is going to move its needle into focus on Romulus. I believe a 13 misses you, Romulus.
13 to miss, yeah.
And then the Twig Blight to the west of Vox is going to slash at his back while he is dashing the head of the druid. And I believe a 15 will miss, and it's going to go to Kavi.
I'm going to use Vicious Mockery on the one directly to my left.
14, but it is wisdom. And that's a negative. It's 13, so it's going to fail, taking 4. And you said west?
Yes.
Roll a d20 for me, Kavi. 11 plus it lives. It will stay alive. Twig Blight, eyeing Sarkis as he sharts his way away, is going to swing its arms wide and bring it around as it leaps towards Romulus and striking out. I believe a 17 will hit, and it's going to do 5 damage, so 2.
And then I'll take an attack on that one.
Oh yeah, my bad. It also has to move in first. And then the needle shooting at. You didn't actually heal Flea yet, right, Sarkis? You're the only target there?
I don't have any healing.
Gotcha. Oh, it doesn't actually matter. It's going to miss with its attack. 13 will hit, 9 will kill it, so no damage there. If you took the 2 out. I think it was
Okay,
1.
cool.
I don't really remember how much I told you.
That was, I think it was, you said 5 or something, and then it was
That sounds
2.
right. Yep. That's what I was thinking, was a 2. Then the needle blight shoots at you, Sarkis, and it's going to shoot over your head. Flea is stable but unconscious. A druid is dead. The blight north of Vox is going to go 1, 2, 3 is Kavi. It's going to swing its Vox. It's going to miss. Blight's going to charge up behind Romulus. And then the last one is on Kavi. It's going to swing and a miss. It's going to go to Sarkis.
All right. Sarkis is going to touch Flea on the head, kind of like rub his hair and say, "I'll be right back, buddy."
Your hand feels like a really, really dirty oil.
And then which one did she just
The one west of Kavi looks injured.
the one at disadvantage?
Oh
The
yeah,
one-
it was Vicious Mockery, so yeah, it is a disadvantage.
But the one right next to Vox, that one's like normal, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay, I want to try to kill that one and help him. So you'll see Sarkis just come. Oh shit! Damn it! I was still prone. I can't get there. Fuck. All right, so I'm going to. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna pull out my dagger from the sheath as I'm still laying on the. I'm not disadvantaged if I attack from the ground with a ranged weapon, right?
I believe all attacks are disadvantaged while you're prone.
Are you sure about that? Because I feel like it's not, but I'm not sure. But it definitely.
You can pop up and then pop back down.
Yeah, you can use half your movement to stand and then drop for free. But yeah, prone is disadvantage. Disadvantage on attack rolls. And then attackers within 5 feet have advantage.
That works either way though. Okay, so I'll jump back to my feet, and you'll see me pull out my dagger, and I will yell out, "Once the sacred dagger has been removed from the sheath, it cannot return it until it has spilled blood." And then I will cast Hex on the creature that is right next to Vox.
Wait, you've got Hex?
Maybe.
I thought that was
Kind of an
I thought that
opener
was
too,
Warlock
isn't it?
shit.
I was touched by an entity. And then I will dart attack that creature. Come on, Sarkis! He'll pull out a little blowgun, and you'll just hear. And it takes 11 damage.
And that will kill.
And then I will. So that took half my movement to stand up, right?
Correct.
But no more movement to go back down, right?
Yep, free to drop prone again.
Okay, so I still have 15 movement, but it's difficult ground if I like army crawl. So can I just army crawl? What, 5 feet I'd be able to go there?
That sounds right.
Okay, I'm just gonna army crawl 5 feet closer. And that's it for me.
Needleblight's going to move up a little bit, taking a shot at Romulus. I believe it's going to miss. And then a Twig Blight on 13 is already dead. It will go to Vox.
Vox is just gonna turn, having his scratch in the back, seeing that Sarkis took out this guy and give him a quick thumbs up, and then turn to face the remaining blight next to me and overhead swing his greatsword at it.
What was it, last level that you got, Hex?
Yeah, I took They Touched.
Oh, another crit? You're swinging at the one north of you?
Yeah, Vox is pissed.
There's a reason my friends and I have always said the dice never lie, and why I took that name for this. Because the crits start coming out when the group is in the most trouble.
Yeah, I'll just stay put, I think.
If you can close in on one of the ranged creatures, that's a pretty solid plan of action. Just to throw that out there. You don't have to do it. I'm just giving some random advice for like long-term strategy. You've already seen the ranged creatures attempt to step out of combat so they can make an attack. It's not necessarily a bad idea to close that ground and remove their ability to shoot at range.
The other way!
I don't think he can get to one of the others. Oh, that looks like it.
Okay. I'm not really sure. Okay, okay, if I go down, I go down, right?
I mean, again, you can talk with everybody else about it. You guys can take a moment to actually talk about it. Does anybody disagree with me? Does anybody think that's
Grab him by
choice?
the belt buckle.
This is the time where you guys are going to live by being bold.
Fortune favors the bold.
I don't know. What do you think, guys? Should I just discuss the...
You can get into combat with that one and give it disadvantage or make it step out and potentially get an opportunity attack. I think that's what he's getting at.
Right, okay. Fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. And like I say, if I go down, I go down.
He dies, he dies! Just not the same without the Russian accent.
If he dies, he dies.
That's my favorite.
I must break him.
As you close the ground, it's going to shoot its needles at you at disadvantage. A 10 will make a 13, and I believe that's a miss, versus the 18 was a hit. Oh, and my bad. That one would have already gone, so it's not actually that one. So, psych! It's actually on Romulus. I just didn't advance the turn order.
All right. Yeah, he's going to move in between these two and go to work on the one in the north.
Yeah, I actually rolled to see that last one. I forgot to roll at disadvantage, so I just rolled an extra die. I rolled a 2, so it almost failed miserably. Kavi, did I hit you with it last turn? Do you remember?
I know I was hit with something, but I'm not sure exactly which one it was.
And
That
then
sucks.
the
I
one in
rolled
the
a 2.
southeast.
Kavi, roll a d6. 1, 2, 3. You can ignore the damage. 4, 5, 6. Nope. My bad, Rami. So your first attack was on
One in the north, and then the other one's on the southwest.
So
That's
you'll
how these-
kill the one between you and Kavi. At the end of your turn, roll a d6. It needs a 17 plus to survive.
D6 or D20?
D20, my bad.
Okay.
Stick with the D6. Nice.
17 plus on a d6 or it's dead.
Like those odds.
And with that, it's going to go to the Needle Blight with the 3 of you as targets. 1, 2, 3, or 1 and 2 is Vox. 2, 3 is Rami. It's going to shoot at Kavi. With a 5, it's going to miss, and it's going to go to Kavi.
I'm going to attack the one that just attacked me with Vicious Mockery.
Kavi, how do you talk shit to a twig that is shooting needles at you?
How does a plant laugh?
It shakes its leaves.
Yeah, what does it even sound like?
I mean, I never really had to talk shit about a sapling. It's not even a tree.
I think that's an insult
Ooh,
itself, right? Nice.
sick burn. That's fire damage.
Oh, snap, yo, you're not even a tree. Sarkis, you are still prone?
Thanks.
Yeah, I think 4, 5, or 6, it's going to attack Sarkis. 1, it will attack Rami. 2, 3, it's on Kavi. 6, it's going for Sarkis. An 11 is a 14. I believe that misses you, Sarkis.
Ha
Flea is unconscious, but stable. Twig on 17 is dead. Twig on 16 is dead. It's on Sarkis. Oh shit, I think you guys removed all the twigs. It's just the 3 needles.
Right. I will jump back up to my feet, aka use my walking stick to barely prop myself back onto my feet.
I would fast forward this combat right now, but I cannot imagine you guys have more than like 6, maybe 10 hit points between yourselves.
Between us all, yeah, in total.
And I like jump to my feet and like sort of like limp forward after this guy. And when I get close to him, I'm just gonna double hand smack him and try to just kneecap this fucker. $16 to hit for 11.
16 hits. 11 definitely wounds it severely.
And then I'm going to try to punch my hand into his chest and tear out his still beating roots.
Feel like that's looking for its oh man, the like little bit of the bark that the water runs up is its heart. 19 definitely hits.
The xylem.
I don't even know the name to confirm it for you, but it sounds roughly
I think
plantish.
so.
So, is its heart beats?
17 leaves it severely fucked up. I believe you're out of action, so that's the end of your turn, Sarkis. Roll a d20 for me. It needs
That's
a
it. Come on, one.
yeah, it needs a 20 to survive. You did 17 of its 18 possible hit points.
Actually, plants do have like the center roots have like a muscle that pushes water up.
Not anymore.
And that takes us to the one that is on Vox. I'm gonna re-roll the disadvantage, just 2. A 17 and a 20. It's going to hit, and we might be downing
no.
Vox on this one.
Yeah, that's sure me down.
It's gonna do 6 damage to you.
Yeah, I'm down.
At this point, just send me a death saving throw, Vox. If you want to switch it over to Whisper, that would be great. But for what it's worth, let's just go to Romulus, and let's see as soon as possible if we can end this shit. 21 will hit. 19 will hit. Dealing 6 and 6. Roll a d20. It's gonna need a 15 plus to survive. It's gonna kill. You see as Vox coughs up a little blood as you close the ground to him, Romulus. Kavi as well would notice. And then the
Get up,
last
fool.
Needle Blight is going to attack Kavi at disadvantage. An 18 and a 20. It's going to hit you with the 21. And this might be downing Kavi. It's going to deal 7 damage to you, Kavi.
Yeah, I'm down.
So I think Vox take another level of exhaustion. Kavi, I feel like you're on a pretty extreme level of exhaustion. I think you're on 4.
Yeah, I'm on 4.
I think that was the second time Vox went down, so you're on 1 level.
How do I apply that?
Just below your hit points, there's a condition that you can click on, and at the very bottom, there's a scale for exhaustion you can apply. And then that's going to go to Kavi, send me a death saving throw, and then it's going to go to Flea's stable, Sarkis.
Did we hear any? Okay, actually, I will yell out on my turn. Romulus, did he breathe?
I think he's faking it.
All right. So I'm gonna run
Sarkis,
forward.
Romulus, both you and Sarkis hear Kavi choking. Sarkis, you see as she coughs up blood and chokes on it.
Like worse than normal, I'm assuming is what you're saying.
No comment. But you guys are down to 1 enemy.
I got you. I got you. I am going to. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna hold my dagger up and point at the twig blight, and I'll say, "Don't go anywhere. I'm coming for you. But first."
That bonus action to apply hex.
Yeah, bonus action hex on that creature. I'm going to run over to Kavi and I'm going to attempt to stabilize her. Come on, motherfucker. Not yet, Kavi.
Vox, you can send me another death save. Oh shit, I feel like medicine checks are 13 to stabilize.
It's still a 10. It's 10 or more. It's just automatically if you have a healer's kit.
Yeah, I was thinking it's higher, but that's fine. She's can be effectively stabilized. Vox, send me a death save.
Yeah.
See as Vox gasps for air, and Romulus.
See, I told you he was faking it.
Oh
And
shit.
he's gonna run over here and he's gonna go kill this last one here.
The one reason that I think Roll20 has any shit to carry on D&D Beyond is Roll20 allows you to actually connect that you have your +2 damage for raging. And I don't know if Roll20 has or D&D Beyond's been adding that for you.
So +2 damage. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right, the rage damage. I completely forgot about that, so that's my fault anyways.
19 will hit, the 8's gonna miss, so you're gonna apply 9 damage to it. That one is fresh, and I don't think 9 is going to make it save. Nope, 9 is enough to make it save. It's gonna be 7 plus to live. It's gonna survive. Hex doesn't do anything except for you, right, Sarkis?
Yeah, only for
Yeah, that.
And let's see, that will take it to the needle blight. Fuck it. It's going to 1, 2, 3 step away. It's going to shoot at disadvantage. It's going to roll a nat 1. It's got nothing to hurt, but it's going to miss. And it's going to go to... I didn't have a chance to look it up, so Kavi is stable. Flea is stable. Going to go back around to Sark.
All right, here's a question. If I kill that creature, does combat end and then we have a chance to stabilize Vox, or does he still have to roll another death save?
It's still an initiative regardless.
Well, if I kill it, he'll have to roll a death save. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Technically, the safest thing for you to do is to get to Vox and stabilize him.
All right, that's what I'm doing. Hang on, buddy. It's all over. We did it.
That's a solid stabilize.
And I should
Here
still
you
have more movement left. I was right next to Kavi, so 5, 10.
Oh, shit. I just realized that might be a really, really bad and dangerous function to have the yo-yo exhaustion. Because when you hit 3rd level, your saves are at disadvantage. That means your death saves become a disadvantage.
Oh, ouch.
That, like, I've wondered about that function for a while. That's probably the most dangerous of my homebrew thoughts. And that 100% makes it a vastly different argument this way or that because of that. That gets really, really fucking vicious, but not necessarily unreal. So Vox is stabilized, and it's going to go to Romulus. $11 is a miss. 9 is a miss. 11
Oh,
just
my gosh.
misses. You're like just barely like plinking off of the bark. Go back around. I think everybody is stable and down. It's going to go back around to Sarkis.
All right, so Sarkis will take the dagger from. Well, I guess at this point in time it's already. But I don't even know. I'm just gonna attack this creature. I'm gonna double smack it, or smack it with my double-handed staff. Don't worry, Romulus. I'll save you too.
Thanks, little buddy.
I think that's pretty successfully going to be the killing blow. Yeah, 9 damage, 11 more. That's over its max. And plus the actual hex damage. That is the crushing blow that ends it.
With that, I guess just Romulus would, like, if he looks over at me or whatever, you'll see Sarkis just drip his own blood onto the dagger, and then he'll put it back in its sheath.
Nice.
I couldn't have done it without you, friend. I'm so glad you found us.
This truly is a warrior's paradise. Ah, what a good day.
It is something indeed, but it is a good day.
And we've got wood for the funeral pyres for our friends.
Oh, they're all fine. I stabilized them.
Oh, fair enough.
Never has a character been more disappointed.
You are a true warrior. You held the flank on your own, and it would be my pleasure to do battle with you anytime. And I'll like reach out my hand for like the Spartan handshake.
Oh, a Spartan handshake, and he'll spit into his hand, and he'll clap yours and give you a big shake.
When I spit into my hand, you'll see there's just so much blood in everywhere and anywhere.
So I think that's exactly where we're going to wrap. If I can keep you all around for another minute, I would like people to consider I think getting rid of that exhaustion idea is probably the best choice. I like how grimdark it would be, but that very much makes it damn near impossible to stand up on your own. And
Can
that's
we
what I
just
like
make
the
it that
least.
it doesn't affect death saves?
We can certainly make
I mean,
it something like that.
that seems like the simple resolution to
The
it.
problem that I would see with that is paladins, once they get their aura and they have the ability to add to a death save, that's where I would see the biggest problem, in my opinion.
What is the rule that you're questioning?
It is
The
100%
exhaustion points for
my
yo-yo.
homebrew that when you go down a second time in a combat, you take a level of exhaustion to fight the yo-yo of like healing word to just bring somebody up with 1 hit point. Those levels of exhaustion come into effect to prevent those kind of things. The problem is how quick that exhaustion can stack up to where you're basically rolling 2d20 and you need double 20s to stand up on your own.
Does it normally work if you get knocked down? You don't get exhaustion until...
You never get exhaustion. You can go down in combat as much as you'd like. If you eventually get healing or don't get actually killed, 5e is next to impossible to kill characters once you're high enough level. Like,
So how do you normally don't get exhaustion when you go down and then get back up?
yeah, that's 100% me.
It's just like at the end of combat, if you went down, you got a level of exhaustion?
So just like a flat limited 1, like if you went down in combat, you're exhausted at the end of it.
Yeah, but that's even worse though. I feel like what Romulus said makes sense though, where it like doesn't affect death saves, but affects everything else.
Or don't give a level of exhaustion until the 3rd down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Something like that, 3 or 5 or whatever.
Well, one of the things that I had thought about for a while now, because I've been questioning that rule even before noticing that thought on it, is actually to make it a Constitution saving throw, to be exhausted or not. That might make it a little bit better, but still, eventually, once you hit that 3, you're then also at disadvantage, so it's more likely to happen. So that might be the solution, is to do a Constitution saving throw versus those exhaustion levels.
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
So if I'm correct in that combat, Kavi went down and took 3 levels of exhaustion. Like you're at 4th level now. And I've got Flea went down and took 1 level of exhaustion.
Well, the other thing is, how long does it? I mean, in the book rules, it takes how many long rest only takes away 1 level of exhaustion, right?
Yeah.
That was one of the other thoughts that I had. That
so if we have a bad fight,
likely,
then it's going to be weeks before we're back in the game.
Yeah, Kavi right now will be exhausted for like many weeks of the game because of how few days pass in any given actual session. And that's, again, one of the dangerous aspects of like how they pile up.
Yeah, I think probably the solution is like you said, if you're gonna keep the exhaustion, you just have like a con save of like something mediocre, like 11 or 10 or whatever it is.
So
I mean, what if you regained like more than 1 level after a long rest?
There's certainly a function where that could be the solution. I'm not entirely sure if it's the right way to go. I think the biggest problem is that I would be tempted to say the downs would be somewhat different, but that might be the way to solve it. But I have a feeling at that point, it's too many rules, that this is too complicated, and it's a garbage rule.
Yeah, the only problem is like with that is we basically woke up. So if it's like 8 a.m. and we came over here and attacked, right now it's like 8:30 a.m. So who knows how many more sessions before we even get one sleep in?
Right, exactly. And then even then, I mean, it's almost to the point where we just have to like make camp and wait out a couple weeks just to recover from everything. However, I believe you were talking about one campaign idea was that like a long rest was like a week.
Well, yeah, that's grim dark style, where a short rest is an 8-hour rest and a long rest is a week. And that's one of the things that it at least creates a reason to have downtime in some of the lower level and like quicker paced games.
Yeah, and at the same time, a long rest, you would be able to recover all your points of exhaustion through that because you've got the week to rest.
But it would also mean a week before you can recharge abilities, spell slots.
Well, what it would be, it's not necessarily going to change how you rest in game. It will create the actual downtime of your character can do stuff like, but you are effectively like stopping and the world is rotating around you while you're taking time in town to like have a spa day.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a week, yeah.
It just seems like it overcomplicates it even more because then you have to worry about like the time that passes. Like, if we were going to potentially say try to do something within a certain amount of time, now it's like, oh, if we long rest, a week went by.
Well, the difference is though is having downtime makes it more important to be somebody who's a herbalist or to be an alchemist, because that person can pump out a healing potion a day. And if you take a week during a long rest, that person's making 7 healing potions during that week. And that's a big difference. I don't think any of you took alchemy or herbalism. I've seen a lot of people take them and never get a chance to make a potion. I think your wizard never really had a chance. I think you might have made one.
Plus, I mean, even if you don't have those abilities, you still can do things in town for a week, make money or whatnot, performing or doing whatnot.
So for what it's worth, I'd say keep those things in mind, and maybe we can start off talking about it in the future. I am very hesitant to move forward with it as it is, though. I am inclined to put like a low constitution roll on each of those checks to see if the exhaustion is implied, at very least. I think that would be the solution. I think if clearing multiple exhaustions in a rest is the answer, the exhaustion thing in its entirety is probably better off thrown away. I am a big proponent of moving to a grimdark setting where you have longer resting periods, especially for the Curse of Strahd. But that would also be a big switch campaign-wise to move to that.
I'm still not sure about that.
And again, it would change how short rests work a lot, because your short rests would be once a day you like sit down and actually take a sleep, and you're not doing anything for those 8 hours. So I don't think any of those are good solutions. I have a feeling the best solution is to get rid of the exhaustion thing. But at very least, everybody try to like roughly keep it in mind, and we'll talk about it next week. I don't really want to keep Seamus any longer into this night. I feel like it's going to be super late for you.
It's about 5:30 in the morning at this point.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so
that was absolutely wild.
Just so you
Man,
guys
that was
know,
to the line.
you basically got the initial wave, a wave of characters from inside, and another wave of characters from inside.
Saying there's more characters inside?
You might have more stuff to fight inside.
Nah, we're gonna set that whole building on fire.
Burn it down!
My winery!
Exactly. After all that,
My life's work! All of Barovia's wines!
How many hit points did you have left?
I was at 7.
Oh, dude, we're gravy. We're still double digits between us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah, I was down to 4 there, but I was like literally
As we look over the rest of our party with 4 points of exhaustion.
anything that hit me there was pretty much like automatic death.
Did we see anywhere that we could take a rest?
You're not far from the Martikovs, and for what it's worth, that's where you would take your rest. If you guys rest near this place, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, we got to go back and just fight this combat in waves.
Well, if we're stabilized, does that mean we'll be able to move once out of combat?
Not at all. That actually takes us to the next thing. Is that I think right now is the best time for Vox to roll a d4, Kavi to roll a d4, and Flea to roll a d4. Actually, if you all can switch to whispers and whisper me that d4, that would be even better.
Well, we've got plenty of sticks to make a stretcher.
Yeah, that was like absolute insanity. Whoever even designs a combat with like 50 creatures in it is a goddamn psycho.
Man, crazy.
Well, it's funny when you put those creatures into a calculator, how quickly just having like action economy on your side makes combats deadly before they're even challenging. Because CR, that is a low ass level combat.
Yeah, I think we got like 4 points of experience on that one.
Yeah, those are 8th level, like 1/8, so I think that's 10 XP. But Ben, this was your first experience with how I've been doing hit points lately. I now do a full band of the creature's hit points, so they have like the minimum hit dice roll is like their first level of being wounded. Like their minimum hit dice roll plus their constitution is the lowest that they can start to die. Their like average is like the 10 plus where they're kind of halfway, and then their maximum hit points is obviously like they can get there. And then there's always like a blend on like the DC, as if you deal like half of a creature's life, that's almost like a -5 to their roll type of thing. So I've been doing that, so you don't know specifically when a creature's going to die, but you do know like a certain level of like you've done a shitload of damage to this thing, and when your turn ends, there's a chance that it's going to die. And I really like having the players actually roll for it. My last group, they were fighting a dragon, and they were doing the rolls for it, and it was absolutely hilarious how excited they were getting, like, rolling, and they rolled so fucking high for that dragon. They kept it alive for maximum hit points.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting way to do it. Romulus just hits anything until it stops moving anyway, so...
And it also, like, there's a blend of, like, essentially once it's inside of that range, a crit is pretty much always a kill. So there's a certain level of... It's a little weird on some of these because they technically have, like, 3 hit points is their minimum that they get into that shit. So they're on that minimum really quickly, and it's like 3 to 40 is their maximum hit points. But I like the idea that a crit becomes, like... Once you're in that band, a crit is a kill, regardless, to like extra award the crits. And it plays out almost like giving everybody the Vorpal sword, which I think is kind of the coolest way of playing it. That those crits become instant kills. So if they've got like a massive range of hit dice or hit points, the crits become even more important. It would be a little bit different, like on a dragon, having it crit and kill at the lowest hit points. But then that's where I'd kind of like hold off where it's almost always going to be a kill. But the crit to kill is probably, in my opinion, the coolest aspect of that. But it also makes sometimes a creature just has a varying level of hit points that makes them difficult.
Remember when you said, I don't know what to do? With like that last heal?
Oh yeah.
You obviously made the right decision because we lived through that combat.
Man, I really thought we were gonna die this time.
I'd like.
5.
What was that, Kavi?
How many miracles can we 5?
Yeah, that shit was epic. I mean, it was literally. I mean, it was looking really bad there for a minute.
You're not nearly dead, you can't survive against the odds. So on some level, I think that's the point of the game, is to get into a really, really shitty position and find a way out of it.
Like, I never thought I would be taking that many attack of opportunities trying to pass through from enemies on all sides.
Yeah, but when you think about how cool that looked, when you ran away from all those guys and there were just all these blights just reaching out, scraping at your armor, and I think 1 or 2 of them got through, I think that fits out like much better. I think like 4 of them didn't attack you, 3 tried, and I think 1 got a hit.
Yeah, that was a pretty epic way to go rushing in to try and get to Cavies. That's pretty cool. I was pretty happy with it.
It's definitely like one of the more difficult aspects of trying to actually make everything exciting, is there's a certain level where that is exactly what I aim for, where you guys were in a shitty way, but you could slowly see just those little bits of like a gram being moved to the other side of the scale, and then 3 grams moved to the other side of the scale, and slowly the scale started to tip more and more into your favor until there was just that point where all of a sudden it dropped like a brick, and you guys could see, like, we're almost in the clear. We can see daylight, and it looks fine. Although here you don't see daylight. It's still dark as fuck.
Yeah, the other thing is we learned a good lesson about sticking together. Always stick together.
Sticking together, and when you're fighting weak ass shit, you guys need to get some daggers. You need to get light weapons, because having those extra attacks, definitely Sarkis and Romulus there were shining stars with those double attacks. Flea got in on it, and they were definitely effective. But when you're fighting together, you guys will have a much better chance at having somebody full health to do your full strength attack on, and then somebody who's already injured to do that offhand strike on. And getting 2 kills a turn, that's a massive turn to the action economy. There were like 2 turns in a row where I think Romulus and Sarkis took out 2 enemies, and that's massive.
That, I think when Vox and I were back to back, we were splitting the attacks between all those. So, you know.
Yeah, that was, the only problem is that like the back to back was definitely effective, but the only problem was there was just so fucking many of them. It's like, oh, they're just gonna like swarm everybody else. So.
Yeah, I know, but even then, it's like we would go around where like the majority of them would go after me, and then there'd be another round where the majority would go after Vox. But at least, you know, we would have like 2 rounds in there, at least a span of 2 rounds where, you know, you weren't taking as much damage one way or the other.
But, like,
yeah, for sure.
Didn't take any damage at all. It wasn't until I broke away to try and get to Cavi when stuff really started hitting down hard.
I realized that I was gonna have to just stand in the middle of like 8 of them and just keep trying to kill shit as long as I could